Hey everyone, it's Remi-Chan here. You might more recognize Dash fucking voice that I usually use, but I'm not going to be using like that YouTube voice in particular because I've been on a basically on a binge watch of some other stuff, and so I've got a different voice for it. Like my YouTube voice is not really like I just had a revelation the other day where someone was like, "Oh yeah, that sounds like your YouTube voice," and I was like, "Yeah, it does," and I'm like, "Wait, are they talking about like?" The silly Remi-Chan one where I talk like this and I make jokes and have a nasally like underbite for it. Or are they talking about like the one I use when I'm like basically emulating Max or with a zero? Or are they talking about one of the other ones I do? Because I do a lot of these and I'm like, wait a minute, I don't know which one they mean. But I'm guessing they were talking about the Maxwell one because it's the one I used in like one of my most recent work, which was the April of the Day stuff. Anyway, the point is, yeah, I'm talking in this voice, just basically my normal voice with a bit of a sarcastic chorus in. Because yeah, I'm going to review what the fuck has been going on the last like year with the RPGmaker community. Now this video may not even go anywhere. There have been a lot of recordings I've made about this community in particular. They've been like, no, this is kind of just a waste of time and energy. I'm not going to upload it or add music to it. And I don't want to like. There's some people have said you should make like a full blown video about this. And while I agree, I also don't want to do that for mostly they're not worth the effort. Like, sorry, but this is all you're gonna get. Like, I'm never gonna like. I have thought about like how fun it might be to like bring up sources and all that, but I already did that in a 2019 video. So if you need like the basic expose of why I've always been like kind of against this community, or just rather the mainline part of it, there's that. And for the rest of the context, you can basically probably find it here or any other one of the videos, which is not heavily edited, and it's just basically me talking into my mic and pretending I'm funny. Anyway, with that in mind, let's get to the actual meat of what the fuck I'm going to be talking about today. Well, the answer is quite a lot, because a lot's been happening. So let's start the ball rolling on that, and hopefully I could just not veer off into unnecessary topics and slander for the next half hour, and get to my fucking point. The last time I did one of these, like, it was 2 hours long, and it's unlisted because, yeah, it was kind of just venting. Was the only one I'm like, I don't completely hate being the one that was like basically me clearing up the allegations and just matter of fact saying, yeah, I didn't do this dumb shit people think I did, but I did do this other stuff that they also think I did. Basically just saying the record straight. That was the whole like Remi-Chan clears her name video, which is unlisted now, but you can probably still find it if you or just ask me for the link. It's still up on YouTube, I just haven't listed because that was part of a deal I had to make, or rather just felt like contractually obligated. Even though the video was, even according to the people who should have hated it, funny as fuck. So I'm gonna go into a lot of things here. I am gonna mention names, so if you're not into that, don't keep watching. I am not giving out these names because I, like, want to, like, have people attack these people. One, a lot of this stuff happened years ago, so there's no point now. I'm just mentioning these names because I know when I do things unscripted like this, I am not gonna have, like, the professional ability to, like, obscure them. It's just going to make it really hard to know what I'm talking about, because a lot of these people that I've, like, sparred with in the past, let's just say, they have a lot of overlapping negative qualities, and I get them mixed up myself all the time, so it's better I just put a name to them, because that's going to be, like, a lot easier on everyone, and, like, most of them not even in the fucking community anymore. Most of them have left. Some of that is my fault, and some of that is just very much their own. So let's get the ball rolling. The first couple people I'm going to talk about is Kiyasu and, fucking, what's his name? Doug, Cychronic Gaming. He's basically the one behind the Starshift, just the Starshift series. Um, and yeah, he was basically, like, one of the people I was working against, for the majority of this year. Right, before I get into any of this, though, I do want to take a moment to celebrate my apparent victory over the RPG Maker Webs forum. Because, yeah, it's dead. Not completely. It's, like, got a very, very inactive user base, though. To the point that, like, the fringe websites I'm on are all far more populous and, like, active than it is. I also want to, like, point out that I am not remotely responsible for that place going down. It is something I've basically not touched at all because I've been going after other dipshits. Again, Psychonic Gaming, Skyforger, Yex, and there's been a list. I'll get all them in their own little sections or whatever. But I just want to point out, like, no, I'm claiming the victory. Ironically, I did not do anything. Like, yeah, I was feuding with them for 10 years, basically from 2012 to 2022. But then I kind of just stopped, like, because I realized, oh, I'm just wasting my energy on this, and there's like nothing I really have to do anymore. It's basically just going to be them burning themselves at this point, because yeah, they left the graces of Degaka because they were disgruntled, which basically to me, I have no idea why they felt disgruntled. My suspicion is that they felt like they couldn't get away with as much like shady like corporate shit as they wanted, which is fucking funny and also would track because the moment they got out of that and became like Gotcha Gotcha Games or GGG, they did some of the most scummy business practices imaginable with RPG Maker Unite. And yes, I am talking like RPG Maker politics. If you're not like in the know, then like honestly, this video probably isn't for you. These are the people who are gonna like have at least a basics of some understanding of the basics of like what the fuck's been going on. And some people maybe are gonna think like, wait, but how did these guys like fall? Weren't they like competent? No, no, they've never been competent. They've always been like seeking just the next paycheck. And I'm all right. I also need to clarify some things, mostly just for people who are kind of new to this shit, and also those who just don't know like fully what's going on with like the whole clique system. So I'm going to be probably using the word mainline RPG Maker community a lot in this video. And for the mainline community, it's basically just the clique of elitists at the top. Like basically, like I'm not even sure exactly who's a part of it now, but they're basically the ones who create all the controversy in RPG Maker that isn't resigned to lolcows like, well, me, but also people like Skyforge, Nikarasu, Hawk Zombie. Like, there's big names in the community, but none of those people really have any sway on the program itself. Not even I am Brew, despite how much he'd probably like that. No, I'm just basically going to be talking about, like, when I say mainline RPG Maker community, it's like them, the big elite clique, and the people who, like, stupidly follow them. And that is very much IB's category, or Iron Brew. If you know who that is, then you know. And if you don't, then yeah. Then you have the outcast lolcows like myself, Nikarasu, Kiyasu as well. Like, she's part of the problem, but she's also like one of the people who was fighting against it. She just did it in a very silly way. We'll get into that later. And I'd also say, like, Doug used to be part of the main line, but he fell out of favor very quickly. There's also like Tron, Sawyer. Like, there's a bunch of names here. I'm going to be going through a lot of them at random. So I just want you to know, if I call them pretentious at any point, they're probably part of the mainline community, or at least were. And when I say part of the mainline community, now you have the clarification that, oh yeah, okay, so they just followed the big sharks at the top. Cool. And yeah, these big sharks at the top have always been sharks. Like, at least as long as I've known them. And I've known them before they signed the deal with Degaka. So yeah, like, I joined, like, the RPG Maker community back in 2007, so I'm definitely not the oldest in this community. There are people far more, like, ingrained in this community than I am. Hell, Touch Fuzzy is one of them. But Touch Fuzzy's gonna have a very different perspective to me because he's basically an Epo baby who got into the top just by basically virtue of being one of the remotely competent administrators on RPGmakerVX.net before my entry burnt to the ground. Cool. And like, there's some people there who actually do deserve to be there, but for their own sake shouldn't be. Like, Ikea is a good example. Like, Ikea and Asaya. If you're in this community, like, at all, you probably know that name. Ikea, like, deserves way better than have to sit around these chuckle fucks. Because they be dummies. And Ikea is just way too competent and way too qualified to be hanging around these idiots. But, like, again, that's like her choice, up to her. Like, it's still so funny to me. Like, Touchwise isn't competent in business, but he is a terrible PR person. He absolutely does everything possible to speak as little as he can, which, in his defense, smart. Like, I think there's been, like, one line from him about, like, the results of anything in years. Anyway, yeah, so basically RPG Maker Webs kind of fell off way faster than I realized. Like, I hadn't checked for a while because I've been like I said, I've been busy, like, dealing with other dipshits. So when I came back just to check the numbers, I'm like, oh, I wonder how RPG Maker Webs is doing. I wonder if it's fallen off yet. There were 13 fucking members online and 1,000 guests, which doesn't mean much, especially since, because RPG Maker Webs has been going on the AI, like, well, it's been allowing AI, though I will say it has basically been very much an experimental thing, mostly because they didn't want to lose that half the community for some reason. Yeah, there's just been, like, non-stop grifters just grifting, doing their thing, like, basically scalper bots from the AI, like, Andy scene. So most of those guests aren't even people, they're just bots. So that's damning. But even the number itself is damning because Save Point, a pretty niche, like, community, like, fringe community, it is fringes. Oh yeah, right, another thing I should clarify, fringes is like the outcast communities, basically the small ones that are basically more like a tight-knit community group than they are like a whole big sanitized forum like RPG Maker Webs, well, was. Just realized I should clarify that before I start using that word and expecting people to know what it means. So yeah, like in the fringes, there's a couple websites that are way more populous than that. Hell, I just got some statistics from the admin of SavePoint saying that yeah, we have like 100 members like clocking in right now, and 4,000 guests, which means yeah, I guess I won. Cool. I did nothing to earn that win, but it's a W I'm going to take regardless of, like, how unsatisfying it is. Like, I fought with these guys for, at this point, 14 years. On and off, of course. I still had the time to make, like, 6 games and become incredibly, like, more well-known of in that time. Did a bunch of art, did a bunch of other shit. Like, it's basically just a thing I do on the side for fun. Like, just feuding with these idiots, especially now, since they're not even really a thing anymore. But yeah, congrats to me for just waiting around and letting them rot. That's my legacy. Like I really feel like when I had this whole thing like just put on me like, oh yeah, you won. It's like, yeah, no, I didn't. I did nothing. I really felt like that scene in Game of Thrones where Tyrion is like being accused of killing that dude. And he's like, no, I didn't kill him, but I fucking wish I would have done it. Like, there would be nothing I would love more than to be like a complete egomaniac and like claim credit for killing off RPG Maker Webs. But let's be real, it was RPG Maker Webs that killed RPG Maker Webs. There was nothing I could have done that would have made that site more lively than me coming back and trying to make like a big fucking villainous monologue. That would have reinvigorated the place. I knew this, which is why I stayed the fuck away. Because I don't want RPG Maker Webs to like bow to me or anything. I just want them to fuck off. Because they've had the like fucking RPG Maker spotlight like way too long. And I'd rather them just like not have that anymore, especially since GG Games is doing everything in its power to prove my 2019 video right. Which, my god, they just like double down on that shit. Because, like, yeah, I predicted basically all of this happening. I called it all, and not because I'm a genius or a 4D mastermind or anything like that, just because it would have been the way I would anyone could see this coming. It was just like the most predictable shit. The fact anyone like disagreed with that video is just fucking hilarious because there is no way this wasn't going this way unless they had like a major like reveal. They're like, oh yeah, no, we're actually doing this whole time, which that would have been funny, and I would have loved it. I would have been around because what the fuck am I gonna do now? Beyond like the same thing I've been doing all the time anyway, which is making cool games. Like obviously, there's more fish in the sea I can target, smaller ones, granted. And now I've just gotten rid of most of those in like 1 week, but we'll get to that later. But yeah, like RPG Maker Webs was like the end goal for people I've got to defeat at some point. But they're just kind of gone. I mean, they're still around in the most massive quotation marks that Microsoft Word will permit, but they are still there. It's just like they're less active than like the fringe communities. And the only active like users, for the most part, are just AI Andes, which means that you might as well just replace the whole. Like, yeah, it's sad. Like, it's honestly sad. I was hoping there would be a bit more of this war. I would love to have taken credit for it, but it's not even a victory. It's just a fizzle out. And I knew this was going to happen. This is exactly what I predicted. But my god, it's so unsatisfying still. Like, just because I predicted something and could see, most people could see this shit coming, it still, like, just feels underwhelming and anticlimactic. Because, like, I was on the hype train of, like, oh yeah, I'm fighting this huge war with a company and publisher way bigger than I am. But then they ditched the publisher, so the company was just basically an indie at that point. Which made me feel like, well, fuck, like, they still have more team members and, like, money than I do, but like, I just feel like I'm kicking down on a slightly bigger indie dev now. Or would, if that's what I was doing. But no, I've been going up for AI Andes instead, so, like, this, whatever. But yeah, like, I don't even feel good about winning. I'm just like, man, what a tragic way to go. Just completely, like, reduced themselves to mediocrity. I was like, God, it could have been so much more fun. But instead, we're just like, yeah, no, that's it, done, cool. No need for, like, excess hyperbole. We're just finishing this arc off, moving on to the next one. Like, okay, but I still feel cheated. Because I really, really needed the W there. Or just someone, anyone, like Minty even. Like, just someone who had been done dirty by these fucking idiots. Just getting their comeuppance. But we didn't get that. They just all fizzled off. And, like, I'm not the only person who's, like, had their shit, like, kind of. I mean, honestly, I probably had it the best of any of their victims. Like, Yanfly caught it rough. I'm so, like, impressed that he's actually stuck around, at least in spirit, despite all the shit that they've, like, done. I mean, it wasn't really, like, anything that they did. It's more like a fucking. I can't remember the user's name now. I know Rezi was involved, which some people are calling my evil twin. Or actually just my twin. Because most of this community, or the mainline community, there's that word. Please remember the thing I said at the beginning of this video. I think I'm evil too. We'll get into that later, I promise. But yeah, this is going to be a long fucking video, I can already tell. We're already at 17 minutes and I haven't even gotten into the first fucking topic. But I did just want to take time to, like, point out that, yeah, RPGmaker Webs was basically the root of all this happening. And it's the only reason I've been in such a drama llama to begin with. Is because, yep, I basically got dicked around by them, and to be fair, by this point, so was almost everyone else. And there were people who dicked around by them a lot earlier than I was. And there were people who got dicked around by them later. I'm not going to get too lost in the Endfly thing, it's not really important or, like, relevant to this video topic, but yeah. There's a soft spot in my heart for Yamfly, because they never really did anything to me. They've always just been, like, an altruistic plugin developer who had to paywall their shit, mostly because people just extorted their generosity, so they could then paywall their shit. Which, like, in some respect, I understand. I just wish it could have come about in a way that wasn't so fucking messy. There's, like, a whole, like, article on Yamfly's blog, or, like, yamfly.moe, where he posts some of his plugins, or at least the website for it, which goes into the whole drama concerning, I always forget their fucking name, but yeah, like, Resi was involved, a couple other people involved, but basically, yeah, it was a whole drama that was started. The outcome of that drama was basically Enflow was like, yeah, I'm gonna put my plugins behind a minor paywall. I mean, $30 for a whole pack of plugins, which just genuinely good. Yeah, that's fine. I completely get doing that. It also opened up, like, that whole thing being a market, because Yanfly was basically the coder. He was like the plugin maker. There were other plugin makers, but because Yanfly more or less set the bar for what was done, him, like, just giving out plugins for free made it so no one else could really justify giving out plugins that weren't free. Like, there was no market there. But then Yanfly was like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to pay all this because people keep, like, being shitty. Which, yeah, completely fair. And what that did is just basically like, oh, cool, I can charge for my plugins now. I'm just gonna take one quick moment to put my mic up because my nose is trying to tell me that it needs to be blown and I'm ignoring it. But it's making talking really difficult, so I'll be right back. Yeah, there's one thing about unscripted videos. You don't know when stuff like this is going to happen. Last time I tried to do one of these recordings, my mum came in and just kind of shut the whole thing down after I had been doing it for an hour, and that might happen again. And yeah, no, I could just clip it out, but again, I want to go to effort. I want to edit this sort of a thing. So I'm just doing it hardball. I mean, I'll still have to, like, render it and add music and shit. But I'm not gonna, like, go and add, like, pictures and show evidence or, like message logs. Because, again, I already did most of that in the 2019 video. And, oh yeah, so for those curious and who haven't seen it, it's called Corporate Cancer Behind the Creative Cure. It's a video I released in 2019. It's got a meme as its thumbnail. And it actually has, like, some really decent, like, chops on, like, where I saw this shit going and the problems presented in the system and the whole architecture of the RPG Maker scene, and in particular, like, me just basically calling out RPG Maker webs for being the Todd Howards of whatever this shit is. And yeah, they did everything in my power to look at that video and prove me absolutely correct. Like, I'm not sure they didn't see the video, or they did see it and they were just like, ah, fuck it, she doesn't know what she's talking about, she's stupid. And then just proved me right on every account of that. Or just went out of their way to prove me correct out of spite, just to say, like, yeah, we can do whatever we want, fuck you. Yeah, how's that working out for you, Mr. 13 members? Like, fucking... no, I just generally think they either saw it and didn't, like, register anything on it, because them having character development would be not on my bingo card for any year. Because these guys have been pretty consistent. Like, consistently terrible, but they have been consistent. I thought they were my friends, but evidently I was, like, reading way too much into that back in 2011. You know, back in the times when you had Internet Relay Chat or IRC, and if you've never heard of that, congrats. That's probably half of my demographic. Because I don't think many old people actually watch my videos. I think it's mostly, like, Zoomers and possibly some millennials. I know some millennials watch this. And also Joe Wolfman. Like, my only boomer demographic. And he's not even a boomer, he's like Gen X. But we're getting off the point here. Point being that, yeah, anyone who, like, didn't see this whole thing coming with RPG Maker webs, like, falling off, yeah, you either weren't paying attention or you just don't know how, like, basically this stuff always goes. Because, yeah, it just, I'm impressed it went as badly as it did. Like, I think the biggest, like, through line, the biggest mistake they made here was just ditching Degaka or later Katakawa. Because, yeah, Katakawa was making decent fucking decisions in their stead. Like, there has not been an RPG Maker that I have enjoyed trying out as much as MV. There was so much fucking good shit. I'm still using the engine to this day, despite MZ being a thing. Just because, like, one, I'm used to the engine's framework by now, and the animation editor, while good in MZ, pisses me the fuck off. Because it basically is like, oh yeah, cool, so all those animation, like, files and stuff you have for, like, the old RPG Makers, yeah, those aren't, like, forward compatible. Go fuck yourself. We're doing this new thing now. That's cool. It's cool and all. And to be fair, this is just, like, what the scripters and plugin developers have to deal with every time they make a new RPG Maker. If anything, they got the good end of the stick, because MZ and MV do actually have some cross-compatibility, because instead of using, like, a weird fucking, like, subscript version of Ruby, they're now just using JavaScript, which, yeah, I'll take it over fucking C#. But thankfully I'm not a plugin developer, so that's not really my problem. But speaking of plugin developers, I was originally going to start this section off with Kayasu and, like, fucking Cyclonic Games. But honestly, let's do it with my most recent thing. My most recent target, which was Sang Hendrix. Some of you might know his name. He's I'd want to say affluent, and he was for a time, and still by far is one of the, like, more affluent plugin developers. But the word developer is definitely not the correct choice of word, because he's a vibe coder. I was skeptical of this because I don't like I am the kind of person who has had several allegations of plagiarism lobbied against them. So I am not the person who would just level an allegation without any proof. But thankfully, in some miracle of God, Reddit was actually the one to prove that, yeah, no, he vibe codes. And the way they did this is they just did the same thing he did in under 30 minutes with like 4 prompts. I'm not even joking. There's a whole thought about it. The guy reveals his process. Other people like basically corroborate and said, "Oh wow, yeah, that 100% worked." So yeah, he's a vibe coder. There's like, it's basically irrefutable at this point. There are probably gonna be some of his like lapdogs in the comments if this video goes anywhere, saying no, it's not a vibe coder, or rather they won't be because I have to personally approve your comments. So feel free to say whatever dumb thing you're gonna say. It'll be really satisfying to just either air it and make fun of you for it, or just ignore it and remove it from the comment section before anyone sees it. I'm not an idiot like Sandy Hendrix. I know what the community's like. I'm not going to give you the time of day and let you have the chance to slander me unnecessarily for an opinion that, like, yeah, no, there's absolute proof now that Sandy Hendrix is, well, a vibe coder. Now, we don't know how deep this rot goes, but it's definitely stronger than AI assisted. There's also plenty of other like, logical but less immediately easy ways to prove this. One, he's been plug-in developing for 3 years to suddenly like go from next to nothing to then suddenly being like able to develop fully functional battle like on map battle systems. Yeah, that's not really something you can do in the span of time he has had. Especially not with like such excess and like yeah, no, it's absolutely like way too weird. They've come this far so quickly. When only like a couple years ago he was admitting that yeah I can't code for shit, but then some like he's just learning and using, and he's even admitted himself to using AI to either assist him or just generate for him. So anyone saying like oh no that's just Reddit, like yeah I get it. I am the last person who will defend an opinion of Reddit. I comically clown on them all the time, especially in like discords and chats I'm in, because yeah they're a laughing stock. Anyone who takes anything that's said on Reddit seriously without actual evidence is like, yep, no, that's 100% like thing. And keep in mind, this is the same fucking like Reddit like community who trashed Minty or MINT Minty for yeah, they were saying he was like doing some scammy shit, despite the fact that there's like me and several people who have personally worked with him and like done business with him, and he's never done anything of the sort. Like, I know he has done something of that, like, sort in the past, like 10 years ago, but, like, not recently. And I'm sure most of the people on Reddit weren't even, like, weren't even on the internet when that originally, like, happened. And wouldn't have even known because he went under a different name at that time. But he's been, like, a good boy. Because I've been watching him grow and develop. I'm one of his friends. But again, if there was, like, legit, like, evidence to support to show that he'd plagiarized, like, anything, I'd be the first one to be like, yeah, you need to stop doing that. But no, from every account, he's shown me and several of my like other friends who don't have any personal background with him that yeah, no, he hasn't done that. Like I've had people like report to me, like, yeah, no, he got me the script I asked for and like, I paid him. We both got what we wanted. Like, yeah, that's just there was a so yeah, Reddit going on about like him, which is complete bullshit. And the only reason that even took off anywhere else is because people are dumb sheep and really like to just plus that name around. And there was this one Discord message, there was a Discord message about it that just got forwarded. And there was a couple dumb simpletons that for some reason people decided to listen to. And so that just became this lie. And I basically was the one who stomped on it more or less entirely and said, look, there's no fucking proof any of this happened. It's all just running on vibes and like gut instinct. And there's plenty of proof for the inverse because I and several others I know have worked with Minty and seen that, yeah, no, he's done nothing wrong. It's, so yeah, Reddit typically, if they do a witch hunt, they're pretty much the only ones doing it. But saying Hendrix, like, he is legitimately, like, that kind of person. And he's more or less admitted himself. He's a grifter. He's an AI, like, he's an AI Andy. He's never. But the problem with, like, and that would be fine if he disclosed that when he released plugins that were clearly vibe coded. But he doesn't, and that's actually, like, not only just dishonest to the fans he does have, but also a breach of the fucking law. Because on itch and Steam, it's required that yeah, if you release a plugin or anything that has been assisted with AI, you have to specify that. And he doesn't do that. Meaning that, yeah, he's basically on fraud watch. So, yeah, and I eventually, and like, I've been, like, there's been a lot of, like, AI, like, sort of just presence growing in the RPGmaker webs community. And it's probably one of the major things that has killed what's left of it. But I'm like, yeah, okay, you know, fuck it. I'm sick of this program being tainted beyond what it is already. Like, this program doesn't need help looking bad. It's already got a massive stigma, which again, gone into already in the 2019 video. But suffice to say, people's opinions of this program and its community is already at rock bottom. We don't need this as well, and I don't want to have to fucking sift through shit that's AI just to find anything, like, else. So I'm like, fuck it, time to just ruin this man's career because it's propped up by fucking shoestring and bubblegum. That was just like so easy to do. In fact, it was so easy, I did it in the span of 5 hours, starting at midnight, ending at 5. Like, it was done and dusted. So first, I just tried smearing him. He apparently has a lock on that shit. Apparently, Reddit has been trying to get, like, at least get, like, him on fraud watch for a while. And to their credit, they have somewhat succeeded. That people are more willing to question, like, okay, but is this like legit now? But like, he still has a huge amount of like followers and stuff, and that's probably not gonna stop anytime soon. I haven't like completely defeated the bugbear that is Sang Hendrix, but there is definitely some good I've done. I'm gonna get into why that. But yeah, suffice to say, I just went and review bombed him. Because I'm already on record for doing that, so like, oh no, the horror. Remy review bombed someone again, only this time, instead of just it being some dumb fuck who harassed her online for doing next to nothing, beyond just telling him his opinion was white noise, she's instead doing it to get rid of a plagiarist, like a proven plagiarist, and like AI Andy from the community. Cool. She used that, like, love for drama and violence for good for a change. At least that would be the story I'd love people to make of it, but more likely it's gonna be like, oh yeah, fucking Remy being crazy shit again. Which is really funny because, like, here's the thing: Skyforger basically inspired my initial review bombing wave, quote unquote, by being the one who actually did that shit in the first place. I'll get into that later, but so I was to say, yeah, like all I did was review bomb a couple games, and when I say review bomb, I mean I left a single 1-star review on them and never spoke of it again. With me removing them, I'm not going to go into the specifics of why I did that, but suffice to say, it wasn't. It was basically I was basically blackmailed or guilt tripped, I guess. So yeah, like the only reason those reviews aren't still there is because friendship. Not the people who deserve the 1-star reviews, but for people who are kind of friends with them. So like it's whatever. Anyway, sidetracked that note aside. Um, yeah. So basically, I just made. So here's the thing. This was actually the first time I'd made more than one account on Itch. Like before, I had my main account, and that's just who I review bombed everyone with. Which is the thing Skyforger didn't do. Thankfully, Skyforger's an incompetent fuckwit, and he got found out anyway. But yeah, he actually did like alt accounts and didn't actually review bomb me on his main account because he's a coward and probably didn't want the heat to come back to him. But I already knew I'd get heat. And before I go any further into this whole like, oh yeah, here's the review bomb. Here's why review bombing is actually really, really dangerous for developers on itch.io. So on itch.io, you have like a rating system for games in the form of like 1 out of 5 stars, or no stars if your game hasn't been reviewed or literally can't be reviewed. So, if your game has over 4.5 stars, it's going to get pushed up in the algorithm, basically get a lot more attention. The weird thing is that like a 1-star review has so much more weight than a 5-star review. I don't know why it's like this. It's like kind of just a thing, and now it's like the damage is there; it cannot be undone. So what this like sort of incentivizes, even though it obviously wasn't the intention, is for haters to just go like fucking virally like nuke something with like 1 star reviews until it gets below 4.5 star ratings and just falls out of relevance. I've had this done to me uh, by Skyforger, and yeah, it was a thing. I didn't really care because I've been on the internet since 2007. I'm used to like people just being petty like this. It doesn't bother me because I'm not really here for fame. I'm just here to make cool games, and if other people want to enjoy them, that's cool too. But I'm not like pining to be on the front page. Like I don't really mind. Like the people who find my products and play them, that's great. I would still be doing this even if no one played my games. So the fact anyone's willing to give me the time of day, that's enough for me. Like I'm not particularly like here to please people. I'm just here to make the games I want to see like made and like yeah, share them with the world and see if they like them. I don't care if they do or don't like them because I'm just in it for the love of the game. I love making games. So for me, this was like just the most like, oh, cool. But yeah, as it turns out, some people really took issue with this. Like Sawyer, Real-Tron, and Jeff Wall Black in particular. I remember being really distraught about like these 1 star reviews. Which given how I was on super good terms with them at the time, and yes, I'm going to clarify now that was sarcasm. I was like, "Whoo, thanks for the idea, Skyforger." And so yeah, I did the same thing to them. Yeah, I mean their games are not. I don't think they're 1 star really. Like they're not genuinely worth 1 star. I think they're at least like 2 or 3. They're competent. They're not good. They're generic retro JRPGs. The same kind of thing this community is more or less known for producing. Which I mean, when you think about it, it makes sense. Like it's on brand as fuck. The program is called RPGmaker. So yeah, they're doing the crazy shit like me or other people like who are my close friends do, like making bullet hells or visual novels, or like crazy puzzle games. Yeah, that's kind of gonna be like less common, just because of like the branding. But like, I think breaking outside the confines of the engine is a good thing. But most of these people are just, it's their first game. Like, it's fine. My first game was a JRPG too. Like, whatever. So that's fine. But like, the amount they hype each other up, the amount of like they think they're going to be the next big Chrono Cross, the next big Chrono Trigger, it's just laughable. Because it's like the same fucking thing I see in so many RPG Maker developers. The only real difference being is that some people are stupid enough to take them seriously. Like, yep, they're always gonna like they're gonna get a good initial like wave because they usually do, especially if the game looks decent. But then it's gonna fall off immediately after that because that's just what happens. Like the RPG Maker slop, they're not gonna really shine unless they have something a bit more than just being a Chrono Trigger knockoff or being, a fan game of this RPG you played when you were a kid. Like to really stand out, you really have to like kind of stretch the bar artistically, or at least like do something weird mechanically. I'm technically doing both of those things, which isn't hard, because the RTP, suffice to say, using it as kind of a check mark against your game getting noticed. Like, oh, the game uses RTP, cool. There's like a good way to just tell your audience that you're not even willing to put in the effort to make like custom tile sets and custom art. You're just gonna use the runtime package assets. And I know some people like who who've grown up on RPG Maker are gonna be like, yeah, but it's ridiculous to expect someone to make all the art for their game. I'm sorry, but that is every indie game ever outside of stuff that's made in RPG Maker. Like outside of asset flips on Unity, which aren't popular either. Yeah, no, sorry, no fucking game has been given that side of grace. Like, what the fuck are you saying? Every studio ever that makes games has to make its own resources. Like they can borrow and they can use stock assets and all that, but they're not just like most engines don't come with a runtime package. It's very much like a thing that's exclusive to like a couple of these more like I don't want to say juvenile, but very much like for first time users programs. Like Unity, the only things it really comes with is a few shaders, a few like texture occult like ambience modifiers and the like 3D shading and basic shapes. So if you want to do anything crazy, you basically have to like go to the Unity asset store or make your own stuff. So like yeah, there's that, and like Go does like Ren'Py, all these programs that people are like, oh yeah, they don't come with resources out of the box. RPGmaker does that to be user friendly and make it so like, oh yeah, they could justify the $90 price tag. Because if they pulled a Ren'Py with this shit, they would not be able to justify that price tag and no one would buy it. Hell, I personally bought Visual Novel Maker VN, Visual Novel Maker MV, despite having no plans to ever use it, because, like, yeah, those backgrounds are fucking useful. And so is the character art for placeholders. Like, I'll pay for it just for that. But yeah, I've opened the program literally once, and that was just to check the version number. And also see, like, what the documentation was for, like, a certain part of it to make a point. That's all I've ever opened up Visual Novel Maker MV to do. But I still bought it. I didn't buy Unite because I'm not fucking stupid. But yeah, like, so this whole thing of, like, people thinking that the RTP is, like, justifiable in any way. No. Like, it's great for placeholders. Absolutely fine there. But to use it, like, for a finished, like, full-blown product, especially one that you're charging for, is absolute madness to me. I know that has been the whole elderly grift, like the whole elderly games grift, but we're gonna get to that. We have a lot to cover, and I have a lot to get off my chest, because this video has been basically attempted several times, and I'm just finally going through with it, and hopefully this one will actually make the YouTube. We'll see. Anyway, the fact of the matter is, RPGmaker community kind of has this thing where, yeah, they use the RTP a lot, and because all the games kind of tend to look and, like, sort of look the same and kind of smear into each other. And because that was a huge like thing where people were just using the green light to get the games out on Steam. Yeah, like again, I already ran into the most of this in the 2019 video, but suffice to say, yeah, a lot of people who were getting praised up were just using RTP. The exception being Sawyer. Sawyer, the developer of Axial, at least he made his own graphics. They're not great looking, but they still give the game a charm of its own. Which is good because that's the only place, at least Axial Disc 1 had any charm. I thankfully, like, played that back when Axial was, like, way, way more popular than any real reason to be. Still, like, basically just held up by Shu's, like, cum rap. There wasn't a whole lot there, and, like, it was doing a lot of things that were considered dated practices fucking a decade ago. Like, who the hell does, like, on-map, like, random encounters anymore? Even Final Fantasy doesn't pull that shit, and it was slow to get past it. Like, we were still encountering that shit in Final Fantasy X. But thankfully by, like, 11 and 10 and, like, 12, they were realizing that, yeah, okay, maybe don't do that. I mean, Final Fantasy 13 did that as well, but the amount of, like, actual problems with Final Fantasy 13 made that one kind of easy to just look past. But just about every other JRPG mainline franchise had evolved past that at this point. Because it's not even a hard problem to get around. Especially since, like, let's be real, most people are just either going to run from those encounters or just do them a different way. Because they're, yeah, just for lack of a better word, they're obnoxious. And no matter how good your battle theme is, it is not going to carry players who are wanting to banging their head against a brick wall for the next fucking hour, trying to get from point A to point B, only to have that flow interrupted by just like these random enemy encounters. Some games are less bad for it, but actually it was definitely, yeah, it was not good. It was pretty bad for this. Though ultimately, Axial could have still been good if it just had a smidgen more like flavor text. There wasn't just, yeah, no shit. Anyone with like a pair of eyes in their head could have worked that out. The game had potential, I said as much. But like for how much the community was hyping it up as like this is gonna be the new defining game of RPGmaker franchise. No, it fucking was never gonna be that. Like it basically like the story beats that were there were kind of cool, but also just felt incredibly rushed and very like just hammed in because the game like just doesn't know how to do setup, and a lot of this can just be accredited to Sawyer like not being a native English speaker. And like, yeah, it's his first game. Like, understandably, it's not gonna be like a fucking magnum opus. That's completely fine. Like, my first game was a hot mess. It was a fun hot mess, but it was still just a hot mess of just like wacky things happening and random XD like circa 2010 era humor. And just, like, yeah, lots of bizarre shit that I would never do these days, even though I don't think, like, a lot of it wasn't funny. But yeah, like, that was just references, like, made with no setup or context, so just a lot of things like that. So you can absolutely do the inverse extreme as well. But, like, the thing is, like, he had flavor text, but all of it was just like, this is a toaster, or it's hot when you talk to a fireplace. Like, yeah, no shit, anyone with a pair of eyes can figure out that, yeah, fireplace would be hot. Or square box with 4 little black, like, long holes in it would be a toaster. Like, like, it's not bad writing, in a sense, but it could have been, like, so much better utilized. Like, if you're gonna have flavor text, make it actually have flavor. That's the whole reason that's called flavor text, is it can be used so well to, like, provide more intrigue and, like, story about the characters and their motivations. So, like, that was, like, one of the major things I said, beyond just. And I knew he probably was gonna die on that hill, so I wasn't, like, too worried about bringing up the whole, like, random encounters thing, because, yeah, it was obnoxious, and I said as much. But I don't think he was gonna change that, because it was just, like, he was gonna be stubborn about that one, sure. But just the lack of, like, character in the flavor dialogue, which, again, the characters could have been so much better than they were, but it just didn't. It didn't utilize the potential it had, and just felt very, very like bare bones. And that's fine. Like, it's your first game. But the thing that struck me as weird was like the community was hyping this thing, and it was like worse than my first game, just in, or as bad as my first game, just in a very different way. Like, my first game was all about characterization, and, like, so yeah, it kind of, like, got in its own way a lot because I didn't know, like, how to be cool about references back then. Well, I'll just bring up, like, a quote from a thing and never elaborate on what the quote is from, and it would seem, like, out of context, and people would be like, what the fuck? Okay, that was random. Because, yeah, like I said, very random 2000, like, 10, circa 2010, like, XD sort of humor. Which, yeah, the game was made in 2011, so that tracks. This was like the same time where people like Tom Scott had like relevance. Like the guy who made the ASDF movie, he was like a big shot during that time. I think he still is a bit of a big shot, but he's like, he definitely doesn't have like the kind of, oh yeah, if you're on the internet at all, you know who he is kind of guy. But yeah, so that all happened. I have reviewed Axial. He kind of crashed out over it a bit because I think it was the first time anyone had actually had anything like negative to say. That also you could tell he knew I was right. So, and like to his credit, he did take it a lot more humbly than some people would have. Hell, he even played my game, Menagerie, admitted that, yeah, no, I can kind of see where she's coming from. Menagerie is like what a more revised product would look like after my first. It still wasn't great. There's a lot of mostly just dated humor. Like, as I was like making a lot, I was saying things like faggot casually in that game. Now, as you all know, I'm gay, have been for a very long time, and pretty much always have been because, you know, it's it's an informed thing. So I do kind of get a pass. But even with that, I still think it's like, yeah, I wouldn't do that these days. I might say like once in a really like just making it as much of a joke as possible, but I generally don't like to use slurs of that magnitude if I can avoid it in games. Because I just, yeah, even hell of a boss in like Hazbin Hotel don't do that shit. And like for me, it's just like, yeah, you don't do that. Like for the same reason you don't like, you know, like saying cunt. Yeah, go for it. It's like, especially here. Like I live in Australia, so words like that have a lot less like grounding and just being bad. But I would never say words that are like slurs against racial groups, especially not minorities. I don't even say cracker, and I easily could because I'm white. But the thing is, cracker isn't a word that white people came up with. That was not our word. We are allowed to say it, at least as far as I'm aware, but I'm way too white to talk about that. Fact of the matter is, though, mostly the only time I'm racist, despite what Gen's generic Capri-Sun will tell you, is when I'm making fun of other white people, aka the French. Like, that's real, it's just the French. I will make fun of America sometimes, but that's more just based in the tragedy of what they're currently having to deal with versus them themselves, and also just the administration and how America's run. It's never against like the people themselves. Those French, yeah, it's mostly just the people who live in Paris. And like it's mostly of it. It is like I don't know any real animosity. I don't know like more than two French people. And while yes, both of those people who lived in Paris who I know have lived up to the stereotypes and been unpleasant, to put it politely, to be around. I'm not going to pretend like two case studies make up for any sort of empirical evidence or basis that everyone's like that there. Especially not after the like 2024 Olympics, which they killed it. I'm not going to go into that though, that's a whole other video. But suffice to say that, yeah, like, yeah. God, I keep losing my train of thought. But yeah, basically what I'm saying is like, yeah, I was talking about soya. Where was I? Fuck. This happens a lot. Well, I just get sidewinded by all this other irrelevant bullshit. This is why I don't like doing non-scripted videos. But the reason I'm not doing a scripted one for this is because it's just not worth the effort. Like, I do not want to spend like hours of my time writing a script and voicing it out and all that shit just to rag on something I don't like. Like, I don't waste productivity like that. So you guys are getting a bare bones, like, here's the TED Talk without any editing. I'm not sure I'm even going to add music to this thing, because I think it'd just be funnier to just commit to the bit and make it as sloppy and, like, you just unsourced as possible, like, just unedited. Like, raw footage. It's going to be the most painful thing to watch, unless you like my voice. In which case, congrats, you are in the perfect place. But if not, yeah, this is gonna be a fucking nightmare video. It's already at 52 minutes, and I haven't even started addressing the people I actually intend to address. Let's get right to that and forget whatever I was just talking about. But basically, you've got all the backstory up to like the RPGmaker webs, and yeah, the whole like thing with review bombing. That's all taken care of now. So yeah, back when I initially was accused of review bombing, because some people were dumb enough to think I'd hide behind an alias, even though I've never done that before. It came to light pretty quickly that yeah, no, that was not me. I did do some after the fact to show like, no, this is what a review bomb for me would look like, and everyone's like, yeah, no, that tracks. That's 100% like what Remi would do, and she'll do it on a main account because she loves the fucking attention, and she doesn't mind taking credit for this thing because like, what are people gonna do? Have a lower like image of her when she has been on record for saying I don't give a rat's ass about my public image in the mainline RPG maker community. Like, yeah, full stop. There's just. there is no worth to public image for me, for the reasons I already went into, and also just because the public image of the RPG making community is already in the trash. So, yeah, people were like, yeah, no, that makes sense. That's entirely on bread. So, it was Skyforger. Cool. Moving on. Like, no need for a whole hyperbolic excessive thing. We can just move on to the next bit, which is, yeah, I did a Skyforger. And again, not because I wanted to hide or anything. I'm admitting in this video, and on top of that, I review bombed it all of Sang Hendrix. I review bombed all Sang Hendrix's shit with my main account before I had to make the ults. The reason I had to make the ults is because this guy has more than a few reviews to his name. Like Sawyer and shit, it was easy. I just had to basically just like, oh cool, he's got like 4 reviews. Well, 1 5-star, boom, he's down to like 3.4 rating. He's never getting that back. He has gotten it back, but only because my review's gone. Like, no, here's the funniest part. Those guys came to me and said, can you please remove your review, and also blackmailed me to do it. So, Yeah, I removed it because I'm like, you know what, fuck it. It happened like years ago now. Who cares if they succeed? They won't anyway. And yep, that was 100% correct. Um, but like, yeah, I was like, you know what, fine. I've got bigger fish to fry now. I've got like dogs, psychonic gaming on my plate, and a bunch of other people. I don't need to pretend this fucking feud is worth shit anymore. Like they still annoy me for various reasons. It's a personality clash mostly. Particularly with Remi-Chan. But I'm not gonna have to worry about that because he's not gonna release that fucking game of his. Even if he does, it's gonna go the same way as Axial, but probably worse. Because at least Axial has like a unique art style that can help it stand on its own. People are gonna take one look at the first screenshot of that game on its Steam page and be like, nah, this is RPGmaker slop. Not going into this. But back to St. Hendrix, yeah. For some of his things, I actually had to make like several accounts to get them below the 4.5 star rating. Because, like I said, this guy is actually pretty influential or affluent. Either way, he's not now because I did that. Like he still has his core follower base. He still has like the people who are already supporting him, but he's gonna have trouble bringing in strays when his reviews are basically below the 4.5 checkmark because as stressed, and yes, stressed is very much the operative word, by people like Sawyer, Jeff Black, and Realtron, that 4.5 threshold is very much the difference between success and being known of at all and not. The reason I'm like known of at all is because I don't use like fucking itch ratings to like get my name out. I just do whatever I can. And chances are, and I am a complete nobody. There are probably more people, both in the community and outside of it, that would know of Axial than they do know of my games. Despite my games being, like, infinitely better. But we're not going to get into that. That's a whole other video, and I've already made the video. But suffice to say, yeah, like, a lot of people have seen the things that these guys have done. But I think just as many people who have seen it will also be like pretty unimpressed by it because again, like it's a generic JRPG. Some people want that. There is actually a demographic for that. But to get back to St. Hendrix again, yeah, vibe coded vibe coded plugins. Well, I just vibe coded his itch.io page. So yeah, have fun with that, idiot. So I have no personal beef with St. Hendrix, only what he does and continues to do, which is lie to his fandom, or like the people who are actually going to pay a cent to get his plugins. I don't want his plugins because they're vibe coded and are therefore going to be full of faults and flaws. And also, I can invent all the shit he does with plugins for the most part. Like he's like, oh yeah, you could, and also that's the funniest fucking part. Some of his plugins are literally just, oh dude, you don't need a plugin for that. That's literally a single event command. Like the best example of this being his control action sequence, or sorry, control of the events plugin, where basically you can get events to do things from a controller. It's like, dude, on any event you can move an event by a mover. You can already do that. Like that's something you can do with most event commands. You don't like what? Does he not know there's a drop down for what event you want to manipulate from an event command window or like command? Like, huh? It's gonna make no sense to people who don't watch RPG who don't know about RPG Maker. But if you're watching this video and don't know how RPG Maker works, I don't know how it got to you. But I apologize, and also impressive you're still watching. Anyway, back to like so yeah, St. Hendrix I basically dealt with him because yeah, he's not gonna be getting any new followers and his old followers are kinda falling off. Because here's the thing, most of the people who were gonna right, I should also mention this. If he was just vibe coding and lying to his friends, that would be one thing. He's also selling these programs, like these plugins, and not cheaply. Like to give you an example, Yanfly, one of the like most well-known and respected RPG Maker plugin developers in the entire community, his entire lot costs $30. And all of those are actually really fucking useful depending on what you're doing. Like, none of them could just be replaced with a single event command or a single trip code. or like event, or like script, or one single line of code. No, they are like fully built and fleshed out systems with a lot of love, attention to detail, and viability for options poured into them. So it ends up killing me that the guy who is not even on Yanfly's level, especially not once you work out, oh yeah, he vibe code, so this is not even his level at all. He can't code for shit, which is proven when people ask him for help, and he's like, yeah, that's not my like field of expertise. Like, yeah, no shit, none of this is your field of expertise because you vibe code. Anyway, the fact of the matter is, like, yeah, it fucking slays me that this guy, who is basically just a fucking fraud and not even at Yanfly level with AI, is charging over double what Yanfly does for the full package. No, actually, over triple. Yanfly's full add-on pack is $30. You want to know what this fucking jester, this complete circus clown, is charging for his library of plugins? $100! To give you some context, the baseline RPGmaker program costs less than that. And, like, even if he was the best coder in the world, even if, like, it's just absurd, because there's less plugins in there than the Yanfly pack, and some of them don't even work, and some of them could just be replaced by using a single fucking event command or one line of code, or an event, like, it's just baffling that he thinks his shit is worth that much. And yeah, that's his grift. That's St. Hendrix's grift. It's not even remotely hard to see that this has been his business model for a very long fucking time. And yeah, that's basically it. Like, that's basically what I have to say on St. Hendrix. Oh, one other thing I will say, his PR ability, or rather his ability to silence dissent, or like people who speak against him, is actually insane. I think he must just have bots set up that just detect negativity based on keywords. Because yeah, I was posting comments on his YouTube trying to surpass this, like, oh yeah, he's deleting my comments. Great, time to waste more of his time and also just come out on top anyway. Only for them to all just, like, vanish within seconds. I tried again, like, at another time when I had a pretty good feeling he'd be asleep. He's Vietnamese, so I can logically at least deduce what times he'd be awake. But no, yeah, no, he's got bots set up for it. And they're good. They're actually pretty decent bots. Not gonna help him. That was basically a sideshow. And I worked out, like, yeah, I can do way more damage as review bombing his games, because he doesn't have bots that can just get rid of those. Because YouTube, yeah, you can moderate your comments, cool. That's neat. Good for you, buddy. You can stop me slandering your name, or rather just telling the truth and appropriating it in a slanderous way. But, yeah, can't get rid of one-star reviews that easy, even from burner accounts, which, yeah, to give you an idea of, like, how little effort I put into this, the most effort I had to do was like, I ran out of Gmail accounts. Like, they don't let you use so many under their single mobile number, and I don't have a second mobile. And I'm not gonna, and like, it was like 3 a.m. when this happened. So I'm like, I'm not gonna wake up my mom, ask for a phone, just so I can validate an email address on Google. I can just make a Hotmail account. So yeah, the most, like, tiresome thing was making a Hotmail account to do. Because I just needed one or two more, like, fucking accounts. So I could just get his, like, main, like, flagship, like, plugin down to below 4.5. And I did it. But I did have to make Hotmail accounts to do it. So yeah, congrats. That's more effort than I spent on most of my opponents. Mostly because most of them fold much easier. And I was expecting backlash. Like, I was expecting him to either just get his fans to boost his games up, or to notice earlier that, oh yeah, no, she review bomb. Fuck. I think he must know. Because all the ones I did review bomb, he's just turned the ratings off. Like, he's turned the review ratings off from. And they were like, I can't see any other reason why he would have done that at that particular time. So I think he knows what I've done, but he's just given up on trying to, like, address it. Despite the fact he probably pretty easily could. But it's also likely he thinks I've got, like, some secret, like, fucking maneuver to pull if he does that. Which, to be fair, I did have plans. My grand plan was the elaborate scheme of just getting my friends to do the same thing I did, who also hate this guy. And maybe even roping Reddit into it, make them useful for a fucking change. Because it fucking slays me that despite, like, ragging on this guy for months, possibly years now, Reddit didn't fucking do anything. Like, yeah, they tried to throw shade, but it just didn't work because St. Hendricks has basically got the, oh yeah, PR, I'm good at that game, down to a science. He basically just more or less nullifies any really, just scathing critiques of his, business model in his YouTube comments and even his itch.io pages. They will be cleaned up real fast. So yeah, smearing him on that angle is not really very easy, so the only way you really can smear him is just to have your own, like, video. And most people who are actually against him are just nobodies like myself, and probably even more nobody than I am, because their platform is Reddit. So yeah, good fucking luck with that. So yeah, suffice to say, the easy way to fight back was just to fight back in a way that he can't silence. And Reddit, for some reason, didn't think of this. Oh wait, I know the reason. It's Reddit. They have an SQ temperature IQ at the best of times. Like I say, one mate, I have no love for Reddit. So the only reason I used their proof is because it was actual proof and not just the typical, like, witch hunting. So yeah, fucking, yeah, congrats Reddit. You were somewhat useful, but then couldn't even, like, despite having more than enough evidence that St. Hendricks was a plagiarist, never just thought, like, oh yeah, which do what Skyforger did, which I'm sure most of them know about because that whole thing exploded in 2022. But no, they just did nothing, and meanwhile, I cleaned up the entire mess in 5 fucking hours and did more to, like, personally disestablish, like, St. Hendricks as an entity in the RPGmaker space than they have for the last 6 months they've been bitching about him. Fucking common Reddit L, but holy shit, guys. Like, anyone, like, with that much time invested into this, like, hate triangle really should have figured out that, oh yeah, just review bomb him. It's, like, the easiest fucking shit to do. And if you get all the haters on the Reddit community behind it, which there are a lot of them, then yeah, like, fuck, easy win. But no, I was yet again the only person doing anything in this fucking community, and it slays me. Like, god damn, like, yeah, so no, I have no respect for Reddit. And I, don't think Reddit's gonna have much respect for me, but that doesn't matter because they're white noise. And even when they try to be noise, they're not good at it because I did more damage in a single fucking 5-hour session of just faffing about on itch.io than they did in 6 months of endless bitching, but not actually accomplishing anything. It's like, yeah, congrats. The only thing that they did good for this whole campaign was more or less proving without any, like, doubt that, yeah, no, he's a plagiarist. Because, yeah, you can rely on fucking vibe coding to be done by Reddit just to prove a point. They are that petty. Like, it's very on brand for that. They were like, oh yeah, I tried, like, fucking seeing if I could vibe code St. Hendricks plugins. Turns out, yeah, you can. Yeah, it's really... Yeah, it was, I can't remember the exact details, but I'm pretty sure it was done in Codex. I don't remember the prompts, but there's a thread, and the guy basically goes into what he did. And people have done the same thing and replicated and been like, yeah, no, that works. I personally haven't done it. Main reason being, I flat out refuse to use AI. Like, even on a good day, even on a day where, like, I just don't want to, like, even be associated with it. Like, Gen AI, if it didn't have the scalping element, wouldn't even be a problem. I don't have any problem with, like, just generating images from images that are sourced in a moral and ethical way. Because, yeah, I use RPGmaker. There's a thing called a sprite generator, and I use it sometimes. But you want to know the difference between that sprite generator and what Gen AI is? The sprite generator uses assets that were provided for that use, and that the creators of those assets knew were going to be used for it. So yeah, that's, like, fine because it's all done with consent. There's no, like, morally grey area of, like, is this okay? Is this legal? No, that's completely within the legal bounds as long as they know what they were contributing their art for, and they did. Then yeah, that's completely fine, completely possible, nothing wrong with it. Image generators have been around a long fucking time. Like, if you've been around in, like, the 2000 to 2010 internet era, you will not have been able to, like, miss the fucking, gacha, or whatever it was, like, animation thing, like, sprite thing. Because that shit was everywhere. There was also a few others. I can't remember any of them right now, but suffice to say, yeah, like, just generate images, like, just generators that use, like, morally sourced images that, are given with consent for the sake of it, yeah, that's fine. But Gen AI isn't doing that. It's very much a plagiarism, like, a big plagiarism laundering machine, and it's terrible. And until that's fixed, I'm not going anywhere fucking near it. We'll leave that to the fucking experts like Sing Hendrix, or the next character in this story. Or I guess I should just say lolcow at this point. Psychronic Gaming / Dog. I also am gonna have to bring up Kiyasu purely because she's basically the only reason this whole saga exists. And I'm glad it exists because we don't need more fucking AI Andys in this space, and I'm glad I got rid of another one. This one was actually done before Sing Hendrix, but Sing Hendrix was fresh in my mind, so I really want to get that one out of the way. So now we can talk about this. So, Psychronic / Dog, or Psychronic Gaming, the guy who made, like, the Starshift series, often abbreviated by its haters to Starshit. Yeah, it's mediocre, like, space sim kind of game. I haven't played it. I don't know much about it. Like, for him, for me, the games were never, like, the problem. It was more just, like, the fact that he used AI. And basically just always been a massive tool. Like, we're talking, like, and he's also a pretty manipulative, like, bad-natured person, at least from the read I've gotten. And, like, yeah, generally speaking, though, the AI thing is where I get annoyed. Because he does the same thing. Although, at least unlike fucking, Sing Hendrix, he's mostly honest about his use of AI assets in things. He doesn't like it, and he doesn't he doesn't like copyright law in general. He's one of those, like, unlike Sing Hendrix, who's very much like cotton and fold to the hierarchy above him, aka the mainline clique. So Iconic is very much like he does his own thing, and he's always had like a very like flawed, but at least like I can see where he's coming from, sort of angle on copyright. But the reason I say it's flawed is because he would literally not exist if not for copyright law. He's simplifying like this ideal of people not having to worry about stealing others' work. Well, the fact of the matter is, if that were the case, he would literally not have a house to live in. So yeah, like, fucking hyperbole aside, let's get into like what this guy did. So the main thing is just like he abuses his employees a lot, especially the ones that aren't immediately sucking or riding on his dick, and he just like kind of like that part to me is really foul, and especially like from someone like me who I am probably way too like probably way too forgiving of my employees when they make blunders. But, like, I don't want to be a bad boss. I don't want to, like, leave a bad taste in my employees' mouth. I really, really cherish them and all the work they do. And I always have, because, like, to me, being a good boss is more important than being noticed. I've always, like, wanted to, make a game dev team and just, more or less, like, as a group of, like, spirited friends, like, trying to, like, find our place in the world, more so than, like, a business. Like, business has always been, like, just kind of, like, on the side of the road under a garbage truck for me. It's like, yeah, it's cool, whatever. But hell, half the reason I called the Crazy Chimp Collective what I called it is because we're a collective more than we are a company. Like, I've always been pretty distant and, like, apprehensive of big corpo. And I'll go into this more in the Iron Brew section of this video. But suffice to say, yeah, I've never really, like, enjoyed the idea of being at the helm of a corporate thing, much less a, like, cog in that machine. Although that probably comes up to, a lot of that probably just goes down to my upbringing. And how, like, despite society saying you have to, like, adhere to this whole thing, I said no, did my own thing, and actually came out a winner for it. But yeah, like, I've always been a bit, like, skeptical of corporations and stuff. And I think most people are to an extent. There's obviously some, like, system, like, I am in a really good position because I live in a country where the government doesn't suck dick most of the time. And by most of the time, I mean whenever the Labour Party is in. That's like most of the time that's good for this country. There's the like times where the Labour Party is not in, and then everything sucks. But thankfully, those times are past us now. I'm not gonna go too hard into Australian politics because, yeah, no, everyone's on the political like spectrum of American politics because it's funny. Australian politics is just basically that, but weak and pathetic and like trying too hard. So I'm not gonna bog us down with it because yeah, our politics is not interesting. And that goes for most countries, and let's be real, the only reason American politics is so fucking fun to talk about is because it's so absurd. Like, we have an orange Oompa Loompa businessman in the fucking hot seat. We have basically just a massive autist leading, or was leading, the whole, like, a whole other part of it. Basically, every single person in the cabinet at present is a Looney Tunes character. It's impossibly entertaining. Like, I remember, like, so most of you would know I have a bit of a, like, rooted history in Homestuck. And, like, yeah, there's a part in, like, in Act 6, yeah, I know, quite a ways along, like, there's this whole reveal that, oh, yeah, no, fucking Earth got taken, like, America, like, basically had two juggalos in as the president and vice president. And, like, there was also just, they were just figureheads, though, and the real one in charge was, like, this, basically Betty Crocker, but as an insidious, like, fucking alien goddess and not like the humble image she is on the baking goods thing. Like, yeah, this were the kind of plot elements they were dealing with, and also I should mention that the two clowns, or like juggalos in this case, that were the like presidential deal, were the insane clown posse. I'm not making this shit up. That was like that plot, and I feel like America's just at that point now. Just the names are different. Just the actors are different, but the basic outcome is the same. Well, yeah, you've got the secret chairman actually running everything. It's not Trump, but I can guarantee you he's the fat juggalo. And then the skinny juggalo is Elon Musk. Or JD Vance, depending on which one you want to go with. None of those people are really... It's so fucking dumb. Like, every time I start talking about American politics, I have to chortle. Because it's, like, from an outside looking in, it is so fucking funny. It's horrible, but it's so, like, comedically absurd that you just can't help but laugh at it. It feels like it's something out of a fucking cartoon. Like, my god. Yeah, it's... I'm not gonna get sidelined on that, because I could talk about that all day, and that's not what this video is about. But yeah, what I was trying to get to, poorly, is that, yeah, like, Psychotic Gaming is very much just, like, a grifter. It always has been. And he's using copyright law. Basically, his whole thing on copyright law is him just being mad that he can't steal from other people and get away with it. Cause yeah, and of course he's happy with being stolen from, so at least he's got like the double-edged swords covered, which is more than I can say from most people who were like this. But I should mention that that double-edged sword only goes so far. Like, he's happy for people to like use and abuse his tile sets and stuff he releases. All the stuff that's made with AI anyway. But if you try to take like an idea that is actually his and like turn it into something of your own, he'll actually get pretty mad about it and do everything in his power to destroy it. Which is basically what happened to Kiyasu and a lot of other people who like thought some of his ideas were cool and then made like a whole game about it, or started to, and he just was like, no, don't do that. But yeah, I get it. But I'm not the guy trying to fucking say the copyright is a shame and we shouldn't do it. Only to then turn around and be like, yeah, no, please don't, like, use my intellectual property in that way. Like, if you're gonna commit to the whole, like, no, copyright should be destroyed, you have to realize that's gonna have consequences for you if you have any intellectual property as well. Or just property in general. So yeah, the fact that this guy is, like, making basically any of his, like, career based on his games, then saying, yeah, copyright shouldn't exist, which entirely deplatforms him, because if in his bizarre fucking fantasy world where copyright didn't exist, he would never market. Because who the fuck would, you know, like, if copyright didn't exist, he wouldn't be able to make a game, or if he did, it would have to be out of the good, like, just basically released for free, because copyright existing means people can charge for shit, and not have the same thing, like, duplicated and sold again by, grifters. So yeah, this whole thing is just completely, like, put us backwards on its head, when you realize that he is actually at least a little bit protective of his own work, and his own ideas. Which flies in the face of, like, oh yeah, and also he makes money from it, or tries to. I think I make more of a fucking paycheck than he does, just from selling one piece of art in an exhibition each year. But we'll get into that later. Fact of the matter is, though, yeah, like, this guy is a, like, walking, talking hypocrite, but he doesn't even win that award. He's not even in the top 10. We're not going to go into all the top 10, because some of them just aren't worthy enough to make it to this video, because they're just not big enough of a lolcow. But so Iconic Gaming is. I'm not going to show any particular logs. The reason I have this image beside me is because I wanted something to occupy the screen space that wasn't filled by my avatar, that looked cool, but also wasn't going to, like, obligate me to go and look around on things and potentially, like, give away information I want revealed, like my address. Unlikely as it is, like, just, it's, I don't want to put effort in this video. I'm just sitting here talking to a mic, and even this is boring me, so we're going to try to move things along. Well, more, I'm just losing my voice. Because I don't have any teeth. Oh, I do, but they're all in the bottom row. So talking like this consistently for a while is a bit of a chore. But I'm going to keep doing it because I love talking. So yeah, back to, yeah, so that's basically this iconic thing. Now, Kayasu was basically one of the people who was, like, basically informing me of what he was doing. She had a whole, like, fucking crash out when a future event happened long after all this, but we'll get to that in that section of the video. But for now, just know that Kiyasu was, like, basically a victim of his, and I had been her, like, friend for 3 years, so I was, like, I was on Team Kiyasu. I wanted to help her, like, deal with him. But yeah, holy fuck, that was a mess. But I eventually learned just to do the, I eventually just did the same thing as I did to Hendrix, and I just one-starred all his shit, got him removed from community acknowledgement, and by this time, his image in the community had been, like, chipped down, and I was actually responsible for smearing him because, unlike saying Hendrix, he did not have this shit on lock at all. In fact, he openly tried to, like, well, no, he didn't try to communicate with me because I just didn't want to talk to him. He's a piece of shit. And I'd already had more than enough proof presented to me that, yeah, no, he is not going to budge on, like, how he does things. And he's not going to, like, develop as a character just because me, some person he barely knows, talks to him. But I think it's worth noting that the reason any of this whole, like, thing happened was basically an accident. So there's a video on my channel that you might have seen, because I've never unlisted it. It was basically me talking for, like, about an hour about, like, what kind of person, it was a stream. And the reason it was a stream at all, it should have been a recording like this was. But back then, the record button on my, OBS, for some reason, didn't like working. So I was like, fuck it. It's like 3 at midnight. It's like 1 in the morning for me, 1 a.m., which means all the Americans are going to be asleep, and most of the UK and Europe are going to be at work, busy, or just not checking their sub box, most likely. And if they are, it's going to be like 1 or 2 people. Yeah, turns out, he this video that I was just trying to do on the quiet and be like, yeah, I'm just getting my thoughts collected so I can edit this later for an actual video, because I was actually going to make an actual video on Doug. Got shot down because somehow he saw it. And it turns out it was actually a European who told him about it. And no shade to the European in question, he didn't have any real context of what was going on. He just saw me making a video about a guy that, he didn't really have a huge amount of respect for, but at least was like, yeah, no, this ain't it, bro. And, like, I get it. Like, if you don't know me well, this is kind of a weird thing to do. But I just want to get like the point out that yeah, no, he's not a good person, and if you do think that, you really need to look at a bit of his behaviors a bit closer to see what's like really going on. Because like I've done this before, I do make it like my job to basically be the protective custodian grandmother of the RPG Maker community by more or less like warning them about bad eggs like this. It's like, oh, you really shouldn't, be too trusting of what that guy says. He's not as good as you think. That kind of thing. I know it sounds like really pathetic, but I only do it like occasionally because, yeah, unfortunately, most of the people in this community are dummies. I know several people who had like their shit done in by Cychronic because he does have a bit of a silver tongue. However, as we found out, he crumbles under any real pressure. He crashed the fuck out upon being alerted to this video. And yeah, I found out about it because I had a spy in the system. That spy was Kiyasu, because she was still in his channel, because he didn't quite yet realize that she had, I think, a sleeper account. I don't think she had her actual account in there. If she did, well, she sure as fuck doesn't now, because this has all come out in the open long before I said anything. But yeah, so we set him up the bomb, and he actually bit the bait, and yeah, that basically just people started to realize that, oh yeah, no, Remy does actually have a point though. He is kind of doing some pretty dumb shit. And yeah, like even fucking like I will not often give the real Tron praise, but I will say good of him to clap back on this idiot for using AI, despite the fact I'm pretty sure he does it too. But like I don't have any proof for that one, so take that with a massive grain of salt. Anyway, fact of the matter is, yeah, like people start clowning on him, and he basically like lost whatever like standing he had left in the community. He'd already done a lot to destroy it for himself, and I just came along and was like, yeah, here's some of the shit he's done, basically providing proof, because I was actually like going like it was a stream similar to this as a recording, but the area where that nice little image you're looking at right now was actually being used to like display my screen. I was actually putting a bit more effort in. Basically, like proving my claims because I knew I don't like making allegations. Thankfully, I don't have to worry about proving allegations because that's already been done for me. Thanks, Reddit. So yeah, there's nothing I really need to prove here. But basically, anyone with a brain can see that. Yeah, no, there's no way this like guy who admitted like not only 2 years ago that he can't code to save his life is now like making plugins on the Yanfly level. No, it's just just no. And also, again, the prompt thing, that is basically the, oh yeah, no, this was vibe coded because people on Twitter literally replicated the, more or less the exact same script just by putting the same prompts into fucking index or codex or whatever it's called. Like, yeah, it's more or less proven at this point in vibe codes. There's also a lot of just inaccuracies in the script, and because he fucking, oh, there's a word for this, I can't remember right now. Obfuscates? Yeah, obfuscates. Because he obfuscates his code as well, it's like, yeah, kinda obvious that it's lifted. Basically just from AI, which lifted it from somewhere else. Possibly Amplify, we will probably never know. These things are ridiculously hard to source because of how how AI works. Anyways, yeah, that's him, that girl. We've figured that one out, and we figured fucking dog out. So those two are not out. Cool, we're getting somewhere. Let's move on to our next target. And since I was just talking about Kiyasu and how she was involved in all this, I feel like it's prudent I go into the interesting bit of drama that happened last year. I think it was, yeah, last year. So this one is about Sawyer, Realtron, and friends. Mostly just Sawyer, Realtron, and also Imber. Yeah, we're getting to Imber, I promise. But yeah, suffice to say, because I still had Kiyasu, like, spilling me logs, other people too, but I'm not gonna name drop them, because some of them are still spies for me. Kiyasu isn't. Kiyasu had a meltdown and a half, and basically just did everything she could to shoot the friendship she had made with me and my friends to bits, and just, yeah, unfortunate for her, because, like, I don't think she has many friends, and she just lost a whole cadre of them in one night by basically being, I don't like to use this word, but basically a massive slot. we'll get into that later. But so I say, yeah, let's get to the story, which is, yeah, basically me finding out that, yeah, these, the BTS characters, or behind, sorry, I keep trying to say behind the scenes, um, beta testing server. If you've heard of that, like, little RPGmaker server, yeah, it's called beta testing server. It's where Sawyer and a lot of the people who aren't directly in the RPGmaker clique, but might as well be hanging out. You got Iron Brew, you got fucking Realtron, you've got Sawyer, you've got Jeff All Black, you've got Human, all these other names. You probably know at least one person who has been in there or still is in there. Or, if you know me, has been banned from there. So yeah, I had a disagreement with him back in 2022. This was the thing that kicked off the whole rivalry between me and Realtron. Although for me, it was more just, okay, dude, no one cares, shut up. And him trying to turn into a thing, making a whole tier list video that he later deleted after he got backlash for it from people who were his friends and not me. Only to then just like completely 180 on that as well. But we're not going to go into that. But basically, what I'm saying is like, yeah, I initially just left out of disgust because the whole community was just basically just a circle jerk for each other's dumb shit. And they actively discourage talent. So, yeah, kind of tracks that half of them use AI. Or at least some of them did. I think most of those guys have like left because they've had to make their stance on AI like a bit more like pointed because they're like most of their actual developers do actually do their own work and like basically those people don't really like AI and they're like the core clique. So if you do like AI, basically you either have to make it as inoffensive as possible or just not do it. So yeah, you get it. But back in these days, it was like just, yeah, there were ideas. And like, again, a lot of these kids are just ideas guys at this point, which is fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with having a creative brain and using it. But don't, like, let AI fill in the gaps. That's just not going to end well for anyone, especially not you. Especially since AI has such a negative image in the minds of literally anyone with more than 15 brains. Literally anyone who's smart enough to not be on Reddit these days. So, yeah, like, for fuck's sake, keep away from it. But anyway, my point is, like, yeah, these people, like, yep, they're just kind of cringe. They're not, like, inherently evil or anything. We're not talking, like, Hitler vibes here, okay? These people are just dumb and, like, way too, I guess, happy to suck each other's dick. It's, like, the most punctual way I can put it. Because what I found out was that they had a fucking roulette for like just a timetable for who sucked each other's games off on like social media each day of the week. As I came to call it, the suck dick roulette. And while it didn't surprise me, it was still the funniest fucking thing for them to just confirm, like, oh yeah, no, this is a thing that we do. We just prop each other up because no one else will, and it's like, yeah, whose fault is that? Like, here's the thing with BTS, they are basically all fucking frauds. They can't make a good game. Some of them can, but most of those people just aren't recognized because the people who we want attention, and in some case, sales, don't want to put in the effort to actually make a good game to get them that. No, they just want to get glazed by people who will glaze them and try to, like, just get it on vibes or just community representation than actually putting in any real effort. And so here's where me and these idiots differ. I can't do that because I don't have like a big community to support me. And you might think, oh yeah, well that means you're jealous. Like, no, I'm proud that I can still stand out more than these morons, and I don't need a suck dick roulette to do it. What I think is like, yep, fair. I've been making games for a very long time. Watch my videos, and so to say I can't make them at this point would be foolish. Even most of these guys are like, yeah, she's talented. The only person stupid enough to actually think I don't have any talent is someone like like Anti-Lurker, but we'll get to him later. We will. But yeah, so I was to say, yeah, they're not very good at this shit, and that's fine. Like, that's their first game. Like, they're allowed to be bad. But the fact that they think they deserve to be acknowledged and like, God, I would actually hate it if people liked my first game. Because in hindsight, yeah, it was a hot mess. And I'm not talking about intelligence. I'm talking about something that, thankfully, most people don't know about because I erased it from the annals of time. There are a few people who know about it, and there is like a funny little like demo I did of what I feel it could have been had I been in a better place at the time. It's called Terra, or Terra New Moon is the version I have up on my itch, which is just basically a complete like just redo. There's like nothing from the original except the general aesthetic and vibe, and the characters in a way. But yeah, like so much of that game was just a love letter to Final Fantasy X, which yeah was thankfully the last time I made that mistake, but not the first. Because I really took heavy inspiration from Final Fantasy X for two of my games. One was just basically a fan game, like using the actual characters and everything. No one saw that, thank fuck, because reasons. But the second one I did actually manage to release it. Now, thankfully, not many people played, and the people who did were like, "Yeah, dude, I can tell there's some really cool ideas here. Unfortunately, it's all just like kind of stammered out by the fact that you're just trying to do Final Fantasy X here." It's like, "Yep, okay, cool. New draft. Let's just make something that's all me," and that's where I got my start, was making intelligence. And yeah, that game definitely fucking flawed. Um, it has been like updated and stuff since, but it's still like definitely one of my weaker entries. But it is one of the easier games I've made, like to play, and it like gives a general overview of like what the characters are, who Pep is, which is you kind of just he's kind of in every game that I've made, even if only in some small part in some of them. So yeah, knowing like the whole story of him and Rolly and Tristy and their adventures is kind of like just the thing people want to do. So like you get it, some people are gonna play it, and it's still like a fun time. It's a really just I'm not gonna glaze it too much because it's my own game and I feel weird doing it. But it is a game that is just it's basically just a Saturday morning cartoon with an epic like movie theater kind of like vibe, which very much treads on like the yeah, it's just very like goofy but fun. It's fun. Like there's flaws, there's issues, but it is a fun time for like just basically according to everyone who's played it. They've been like, yeah, it's weird and crazy, but I can see the potential and oh my god, these characters are they're not like super well written, but they are fun. Like every time like Pep and Rolly start bickering, or even Tristy and Pep, or like yeah, they're just fun to engage with. They're fun to interact with. There's a reason Pep and Tristy and Limbo, some of and Rolly, they're all like pretty much like some of the fan favorites. Pep especially, but to be fair, that's also because Pep has his whole entire game, which has helped elevate him even further. But yeah, so I say, yep, it had its merits. But it was definitely like a product of like just me not knowing really what the fuck I was doing yet, and there are still definitely like some of those flaws tracing through even the most up to date version, which is why I'm intending to fix with intelligence like the C14th. Sorry, intelligence multiverse. Whenever the fuck that gets to be worked on again. But the point I was trying to make is like, yeah, a lot of these people's first games are not going to be that. Like, at least Intelligence still had, like, the passion of, like, I was doing custom art. I was doing as much as I could custom, and just, like, yeah, making the story I wanted to make. And not just, like, yeah. So, these guys, like, with their generic fucking retro RPG ass things, like, yeah, they can do whatever they want. Like, it's their game. But the fact that they have a suck dick roulette to try and, like, get noticed when, even if it worked, it would not last slayed me. Because I'm like, yeah, you would be the kind of people that would like feel like you're entitled to that. Like you're entitled to things on your first game. When my first game like that when my first two games didn't do great, in Planet's Cry and Terror, I was like, okay, obviously I did something wrong. Let's try again. And eventually I got somewhere with intelligence and figured out what worked. And then the main thing I've been doing is just getting my writing to be better, being more practical and, like, logical with joke placement and references. And just, yeah, doing stuff that, like, is a lot more approachable and also just a lot more fun. Like, not making just references out of hat and then, like, expecting everyone to get it. Because, yeah, that shit has not aged well, pretty much ever, unless it's one of those timeless gags. But, like, setup for jokes is just as important as the punchline, so... And that's a lesson I obviously did not go with me with Intelligence. But yeah, at least my game was trying to be funny, or at least was it actually funny in some cases. Whereas these games, like, most of them are played, like, very serious, even Axial. It's mostly, like, all pretty serious, despite the game having such a, like, cartoony kind of look because of the retro graphics. And look, I have a whole video I could do on how much I dislike retro graphics, but if you're gonna go for, like, the whole retro style, the chiptunes, and all that, which, yeah, credit to Axial, at least it actually went for the fences. It went all in, did custom art, did custom music, everything. I still don't think it's worth as much as a game like One Shot, or the Axial Disc 2 part of it anyway. But I can see, like, why they would have done that, especially, given that they have to pay their employees. Because, yeah, apparently not everyone just pays their employees as they deliver shit. No, apparently the game, if it didn't do well in sales, was just gonna dick over the people who put so much love and effort into it. It's like, okay, that's a really dick move to do as a dev, but, what the fuck do I know? I'm not the one trying to, like, profit off of game dev. Anyway, fact of the matter is, these GPS characters had a tier list where they basically, like, not a tier list, a fucking, yeah, basically a list of whose game do we glaze this month. But that wasn't even, like, the best part. Now we get to the best part, which is the fucking 11-page review of Our Dying World by Ironbrew. So we're gonna get familiar with these characters quite a lot, Remi-Chan being one of them, and Ironbrew being another. Sawyer's kind of just like a third wheel to this whole circus. He not really is, like, super involved in it as much. So Remi-Chan, obviously, I have my reason of beefing. Bleh. So, like, for Remi-Chan, I have my own beef with him, or did. I mean, I still kind of do. I think he's still massively a dumbass, and he's still massively kind of a cunt. I am also a cunt, but at least I don't pretend I'm anything better than that. And I own it. I own being basically a massive rat, and yeah, I'm really good at it. The thing is, I don't make like that my entire fucking race. I'm not gonna get into that, but yeah, basically what I'm saying is, like, yeah, Remi-Chan does not work very much on his game from what I can tell, because his game is just generic JRPG. Like, one look at the Steam page will tell you everything you need to know. One, it's basically, like, blatantly, oh yeah, I'm using RPGmaker and it's RTP and DLC for this. Like, bro, no one likes RPGmaker who isn't, like, in the community already, so you're shooting yourself in the foot by utilizing the brand of such a stigmatized program. Then on top of that, like, fucking, the thumbnail image, I don't know who drew that. Like, it looks cool, but I cannot tell if it's AI or just he paid someone a lot to make a cover image. Because it's just, like, incredibly generic, which again is Our Dying World's bread and butter. There is nothing in this game that stands out. All the characters just look like they're from fucking Naruto, but even less inspired designs, which I can't believe I'm saying that. And yeah, they're just really, it just reeks of, like, a first-time product of someone who doesn't have a whole lot of ideas running around their head. Which, yeah, fine, whatever, like, but the fact that this fucking man-child, Ironbrew, was like, I like this game so much, I'm gonna write 11 pages about how good it is, where he could have summarized it in, like, fucking 5 words. It's like, I like Dragon Quest, so if you like Dragon Quest, you'll like this game too. He could have said that, and there would have been, okay, cool, done. That's your entire review in, like, less than 10 words. But he just glazed it, like, to a degree that even, like, the real Tron, who has a massive, like, god complex, even he was like, dude, you don't need to write that much. Like, God. Like, if he doesn't have an ego, I have yet to see like any proof to the inverse. And the fact that most of what he said to me in his like whole scathing critique, quote unquote, was how dare I like not flatter his ego, kind of says a lot about the kind of person Remi-Chan is. We're not going to get too much into the like Remi-Chan drama because it all happened years ago, and it's too funny for me to take any of it seriously anymore. It's just so fucking laughable. And so I'm just going to start chortling on mass if I start talking about it. So we're not going to do that. And so we're going to shift focus to Ironbrew, the guy who wrote the 11-page Glaze review. Now I don't know if this was contractually obligated by like the tier list to write a review. I mean, there's no part in that like whole thing that says no, you have to write 11 pages. And he obviously did think like genuinely the things he did. But it really is like crazy to me that he like wrote 11 pages of glaze for a fucking generic JRPG. I'm really glad I didn't get the review because I'd be embarrassed. Not that I got a really nice review that was full of things, but I'm like, dude, you did not need to waste this much time on me. Especially when like he posted to Reddit and they just clowned on his ass, which I would have too. I would have been happy if I got clowned on if I did that same sort of thing. Because I've been clowned on for far worse. So being clowned on for something like that, just fucking nothing, fine. Like, whatever. It's like so inoffensive. But it is like just perfectly showing like how much these guys really can't stop sucking each other off. Because they know they just won't be able to succeed if they don't do that. But yeah, so Ironbrew, in his infinite wisdom, did that and like, it was fine. Or would have been fine. But I decided, fuck it, this is actually worth going back to Twitter to make fun of. Yeah, like I had been off Twitter for like a whole year by this point, or over a year. Because fucking Elon did the whole, AI is mandatory now. And I was like, okay, cool. Or AI will be mandatory soon. I'm like, okay, cool. That's just all the excuse I need to leave. I had 2,000 followers on that platform, and I just immediately threw them under the rug the moment it was like more trouble than it's worth. Which really should show, like, I am not a clout chaser at all. Like, if anything's gonna show that, it's like, oh yeah, no, I had a social media account with 2,000 fucking plus followers. And the moment it was inconvenient, I just tossed it away, because, like, I didn't want AI stealing my images. Which, it says a lot. In that, no, views, fucking followers and all that, do not mean shit to me. Like, I like it when I get them, but I'm not gonna, like, be upset if I lose them or, like, have that all disappear one day. I mean, I might be a bit like, oh man, I was starting to enjoy, like, having a bit of a following, so I had people to talk to about, like, my world and ideas and all that, but I'm still gonna have that. Because I got friends who, like, ask me about my work sometimes. Some of them are huge nerds, way nerdier about this stuff than I am, and I love that. But yeah, suffice to say, yeah, I basically was just like, I'm going back on Twitter. I need to fucking make fun of this. Okay, like, it's just too good. And that kind of kicked off a thing, because, of course, I kind of revealed that, I still had people checking their channel. Now, I should mention that this is a public Discord, so it could have just as easily been a sleeper account of mine. It wasn't, because I basically just stopped caring about the BTS drama ages ago. And hell, the only reason I knew it had come up again was because Kiyasu couldn't stay away. Like, that was one of my sleepers. There were others who were, like, corroborating on her findings and sharing screenshots of the chat with me. I'm not going to reveal who those people were. Because, no. I like having spies in the chat. Now, I could just make a sleeper account. It would go against the truce I made. But to be fair, they already broke their end of that truce, which was like... I mean, it was a stupid truce to begin with. I don't know. The only reason I agreed to it is because I was basically manipulated and blackmailed. But the terms of it were basically like, oh yeah, okay, so basically, you keep the fuck out of our channel. That includes sleeper accounts, and in return, we'll ensure that people don't like smear you needlessly. But then they'll just happily go on to smear me needlessly. Because they're like, oh, well, if she's not in here, she's not going to find out about it. And I was like, yeah, well, whatever. Oh, also another of the conditions was like, please just remove those fucking review bombs. Like, dude, come on, it's over. And I'm like, yeah, you know what, fine. It's already done the damage it needs to do. I don't need to keep them on there. Like, Axial fell off, fucking, all of them fell off. It would have done even without my review bombs, but they certainly helped. But yeah. So that all happened. But yeah, again, like, one of their members, Gensun, or generic Capri-sun as I like to call him, keeps trying to, like, allege that I'm a racist. Which thankfully no one else is really stupid enough to believe, because, no, like I said earlier, the only people I'm really racist against is just other white people. Which is fine, because white people are privileged as fuck, myself included. And so, like, making fun of them is just free. Like, I can make fun of white people all I want. I am one to begin with. And I don't care if they're from a different country to me. They're still on the white side of things. They're not a oppressed minority. So no, go fuck yourself. White people are funny to make fun of. And I make fun of my own country just as much as I do every other country, because for me, comedy is just... It's not about shock value, it's about stereotypical, like, shit being twisted and made even funnier. Also, I really like it when, like, stereotypes are proven true, because it's just like, that's funny. I like that. And, like, I will call out people for living up to their stereotypes, especially if they own it. I like so much more when someone's like, oh yeah, I'm this, so, you know, like, for example, like, say I had a friend who was from New Zealand. It's like, oh yeah, mate, I fucking love my sheepu wife. That is peak. Because, one, they win. There's no way I'm going to come up with, because that just basically shows, okay, they're not insecure about this at all. Fucking pog, let's go. And also, it's funny. Yeah. Like, this is the same reason I, like, call Tristy my kangaroo wife. And even though it's not, like, one of the more common, like, it's not even a common stereotype here that we fuck kangaroos. I'm sure there's some people who have said it, but it's not like, our general stereotype is we're hard cunts, which is, like, flattering as hell, thank you, but trust me, if I'm anything to go by, no, we're not. But yeah, like, everyone... I wonder how many people actually think I'm, like, this, like, well-built, like, person who wrestles crocodiles, when realistically I'm just a fucking nerd in my bedroom, still living in my parents' house. Like, fucking Christ. Anyway, the fact of the matter is, yeah, like... Stereotypes are funny, and I'm definitely not what you consider racist. The only person beyond Genson who's stupid enough to believe that is Resi. And even she admitted later, she didn't actually believe it, she just wanted to get rid of me from that channel because of her own reasons. And, like, I was, like, kind of like, you know what, I respect it. Like, I love that she just came out and said, like, the quiet part out loud. Because at least there's no pretense. Like, I cannot stand pretentious bullshit. In, like, the sense that it's used, like, as a means of shielding oneself from criticism. I love pretentious bullshit when it's just done for the sake of flowery dialogue or whatever. Can't get enough of that shit. But when pretense is used as, like, a shield from criticism or to try and justify something that is just not justifiable, yeah, I hate it. It's probably why I've, like, always kind of really hated these superficial goons over on fucking, you know, the fucking BTS server, because they're all incredibly superficial and also um insecure, very insecure. But yeah, I pretty much already covered how that manifests. So yeah, basically this whole thing with the BTS having a tier list and all that, yeah, and Ironbrew, that review, yeah, basically that just led me to basically making that shit like an open publication, because I actually still had over 2,100 followers, which is more than all of these idiots combined as far as I can tell. Yeah, they took a bit of issue to that, and I knew exactly that they were taking issue to it because I still have spies in their chat. And they're probably not going away anytime soon because they're people you would not expect. And they're just people who don't really talk, so there's no real way to, like, rule them out on, like, what they say because they just don't say anything. They're people who just joined the channel to, like, lurk, more or less. So yeah, unless they ban every single lurker who has no activity, they're not gonna get rid of my spies because there's no way they'll ever figure out who they are. Anyway, the fact of the matter is, yeah, this is a public Discord, so if it weren't for the truth, there would be nothing stopping me from finding out about this myself. Turns out I found out anyway because news spreads, and if you're in a public Discord, don't expect there to be any fucking filtration of what you say done. Because if anyone has any slightly bad faith in that community, they're gonna spread it to someone who can make a fire start. And who better than the so-called final boss of the RPG Maker community, precious old me. The granny who also just loves to fucking escalate drama, purely just to have fun with it. And boy, did I have fun this day. Because, yep, initially they were like, yep, they were pissed, but they were like, yeah, look, don't engage. This is Remi. We know how engaging with her is gonna end. She's, yeah, she's just not gonna back down. She's just gonna be like, silly about it. And yeah, 100%, they're right. And one of the people echoing this sentiment, or more or less saying, yeah, don't engage, was Ironbrew. So imagine my shock when, literally not even a whole minute later, he's engaging with my post. I'm like, damn, you're this, like, poor amount of self-control? I've never even spoken to you before. I've heard about you because Kiyasu doesn't like you, but, like, who the fuck are you and why do you care about this? I didn't even tag you. It's like, oh, I wanted to prevent people piling on you. Yeah, okay, sure. The guy who was infamous for supporting pile-ons suddenly doesn't want to pile on. Yeah, also, like, this was, like, where I figured out, okay, yeah, this guy does not know my profile well at all. Because if he thinks a pile-on scares me, he obviously has no idea about, like, my character. Which has become a very common theme. Like, Realtron didn't know my character when he first came after me. He does now, because, well, he hasn't really had much choice in the matter. But there's still a lot he'd get wrong. But yeah, there's a lot of, like, the good thing is my enemies, people who make themselves my enemies, tend to be really dummy. So yeah, the dummies of this season were like, let's engage, despite, like, acknowledging it would be a terrible idea to engage, and then bitch about it on our Discord, which we know she must still have sleeper accounts or spies in, about how much we don't like how, she's treating us, which will only make her more powerful. Like, what are you fucking doing? Just, the smart thing for them to do is just be like, okay, yep, don't engage with it, ignore it, this is just Rami doing thing. And to Realtron's credit, he knew me well enough by this point to be like, yeah, don't engage with this, it's just Remi baiting you. So when the fucking tool who wears shades indoors and spent an hour-long tier list video projecting about how I'm basically better than he is, despite trying to say the opposite, that he then removed when everyone in his friend group was like, nah, bro, this video is kind of cringe. For him to be the mature person in that room, despite being pinged by me, and Sawyer too, it says a lot about Ironbrew's actual maturity level. But that isn't even the funniest part. The next part was... like, I'm not sure whether to be more impressed at Ironbrew for accepting it or asking for it, or for one of my friends for being like, yeah, no, we'll tell you why, that's fine. Despite knowing, like, how much of a powder keg situation this could be. So, yeah, after, like, Ironbrew tried to plead his case, and by case I mean an appeal for me to stop, which I was like, dude, the damage is already done. You did this to yourselves, and if you didn't want this getting out, why the fuck did you post it in a public Discord? Like, for all you know, it could have just been some complete random who thought, oh yeah, Remi should know about this, because she used to be in BTS, and this might be funny to her. Which, to be fair, that is entirely what happened. This was never done with the intent to destroy or, like, harm their reputation, because, far as I see it, there's no reputation left to harm. The BTS is already in the mud. The only people who believe it's got any reputability are the people who are a part of it. And even most of them are skeptical at this point. Like, yeah, it just it was so fucking dumb. But yeah, I said, like, dude, the damage is already done, or the lack of damage, because again, like, I can't see you guys further into the dirt than that you already are. Like, I know you think so highly of my ability to be, like, a criminal, but trust me, I don't have that much power. 2,000 followers on Twitter is a nothing statistic. Just because it happens to be more than your entire clown car college combined, doesn't mean it's good. It just means you're even more of a jerk and no body parade than I am. But, like, public perception of you from outside the RPGmaker community is gonna have already been terrible long before I came along, because you brand yourselves after RPGmaker. So, yep, that goes without saying. And then people within the community, basically, if they're not already in BTS, already probably have a pretty low opinion of BTS. Because you treat everyone who isn't part of the main clique there like shit. So yeah, go fuck yourselves. There was never anything I could do to make you look worse than you've done for yourselves. So yeah, it's just so delusional that they think I could tarnish their reputation when they did basically most of that on their own. From jump, too. Anyway, fact of the matter is, yeah, he tried to, like, argue with me. I just basically told him to fuck off and, like, dude, no one cares. Like, yeah, I had some choice words for him, as I do, but I didn't expect us to come into much. Like, Iron Brew is not a particularly combative person unless he really cares about something, and I can guarantee this is not going to be, like, the thing that undoes him. Hell, he'd basically, I think, forgotten about all of it, like, minutes after it happened. Because then, yeah, he was like, yeah, let me join in on this server, where I should probably know Remy is a part of it. So, I'm not sure if he had a plan to, like, do any sort of, like, subterfuge or learn anything. But by this point, we'd already had a spy in our system, as we found out. And so we'd already prepared for the potentiality. It was like, well, fuck it. Let's invite him over. It'll be funny. I had no say in this, by the way. I was asleep when all this happened. So for me, I basically just came back, saw that Iron Brew was on the show. I'm like, okay, what the fuck? That's interesting. And I basically asked Starmage, like, in DMs, okay, yeah, what the fuck's this all about? He's like, oh yeah, no, he liked my nude man arts, so he asked me if I could get an invite to my server, despite knowing, probably, that I was in it. And I'm like, yeah, okay, funny. I'm not gonna be, I'm gonna fucking have fun with this, though. I do hope you know that. Just like, we expect it. Like, we expect it. Like, go nuts. So yeah. And basically, I mean, I wasn't, like, super hostile, because again, like, Ironbrew and I basically never interacted before, and at this point, the whole Kiyasu drama had already happened, like, with her crashing out. So, yeah, she told me Ironbrew was a bad person, and I believe her, but, like, she does tend to be overdramatic about certain things. But yeah, most of the people who she said have been bad have actually been bad. So I did believe her on that, but I don't think he was gonna be a threat. Like, he has his hands in too many holes, and oh boy, was that the truth, because found out a lot about Iron Brew from that exchange. So Night Shift, his poster game, I don't have any real proof of this because I never really asked him directly, and he never really, at least from what I've been, what I've backread there, because I was just checking this the other day when I was like, oh yeah, he didn't make Night Shift, or he did, but he contributed to it. He wasn't like the lead of the team. But yeah, there's a lot to go into here. But yeah, so as to say, he came along to basically, like, talk to Star about something, and just wanted to see if he could vibe with the community. Most people were like, this guy's kind of a tool. And also, this was, like, we were all still laughing at his 11-page, like, Glaze review. Which, to be fair, he was too. He realized in hindsight, yeah, no, I did like the game, like, I did mean every word I said, but genuinely, could have probably made it a bit less lengthy. Because no one read it. I sure fucking didn't read it. And granted, I would, even if I did, I still wouldn't play Tron's dumb shit game, because it's always going to be subject to bias. I'm not going to, like, pretend I can give him an unbiased review of a game, which I have a bias towards and always have, especially after his whole episode. So for me, I just like, there's no point. Like, it's not my business. And as far as I'm concerned, he's never going to finish the game, so me reviewing it is just 0 point whatsoever. Anyway, suffice to say, things got interesting. Because, yeah, I started out with just the usual, like, being fun, but antagonistic angle that I usually do. Basically, my first words being, what the fuck are you doing here? Like, damn, I'm impressed like, props to you for having the balls to show up. I'm actually genuinely, like, happy you're here. What's up? And just basically went back and forth with, like, some conversations. We both basically agreed that, yeah, the way the beta test server is being run is kind of weird, kind of counterproductive. We talked, and it was fun. But something happened along the way that revealed something very interesting about Iron Brew. And basically I was saying, like, dude, like, I'd really like to see a game, like, fucking, like, do a fan game of, like, you should do this kind of game, or this kind of game. Not as a whole-blown project. Like, because I generally want to know, like, what do you make? Like, what do you do? Turns out, pretty much nothing. Yeah, so here's the big reveal about Iron Brew that I found out during this whole interaction. He is a corporate fucking hack. And not even, like, at the top of a corpo, he's just a corporate cog. Night Shift isn't even his game, from what we can tell, because if it was, he would have more creative control over it. And if he was the project lead, then he wouldn't, I imagine at least, that he wouldn't be, held to a, what do they call them? Exclusivity clause. Fuck, legal jargon pisses me off. Yeah. He can't make his own games, at least not in any public capacity, because if he is, it's a breach of his oddly dystopian, like, exclusivity clause. He has to ask before even, like, doing any of his own art. This is horrifying. I was actually, like, for the first time feeling pity for someone. So I'm like, dude, for me, that would be a fate worse than death. I have no creative control, and if I try to take it, I lose my livelihood. Like, what? That is messed up, my guy. Miserable fucking situation. No wonder he's writing 11-page reviews for shit games. Because I think, like, and he revealed, like, the reason I, like, want to, like, point out what games are doing things good and, like, help, like, weave them in a direction that might be beneficial for the dev is, like, I'm never going to be able to be that guy. But he still was, like, going back to the copium of, like, no, I like having money and I like being able to, have these things I want. But it's like, dude, is it really worth the cost, though? You have no creative freedom, even just to doodle shit in a sketchpad, unless you never show it to anyone. Like, rough. Like, I honestly don't feel sorry for him, because this was entirely a choice. He made this decision knowing, like, what would happen if he didn't know, like, why are you signing corporate contracts if you don't read the exclusivity clause? That is, like, 101, a thing you don't do when you're signing up for any sort of publishing deal, especially not one with a mega corporation. Because, yeah, you gotta read the fine print. It's like, it's painful, yes, but if you're ever going to lock into a contract or agreement, read all the print, especially the fine print, but all the print. And, like, have it checked over by a lawyer if you don't understand things. Because, yeah, mega corporations be fucking scummy sometimes. But yeah, just learning that he had, like, no real creative control over, like, most of what he does. And knowing about it, like he can make jam games now and then, because they're, like, kind of a bit more lenient on that. But the fact that this man-child is basically just a bitch, a complete bitch, that he has ever propped himself up as, like, a dev, when he's not even made a single game of his own, he's just basically, like, contributing to the creation of one by a bigger company, is the most, like, what fucking right do you have to speak to anyone on game design when your only feats are like be learning how to get entirely wrecked by the system and becoming a corporate pug at the expense of your creative, freedom? Like, what are you fucking doing? The fact this guy has talked down or like done verbal takedowns of any game or just had opinions on like people's games at all, well, fine. I don't think they need to be taken seriously. Like, for fuck's sake. Like, the positive one's fine, it's harmless, like, whatever. But I know he has talked mad shit about other people's games, despite the best game he's produced being basically a jam game. An unfinished, like, poorly constructed jam game. I don't even remember the name of it. But yeah, suffice to say, he's not someone who should have any, like, faith placed in his opinions, because he can barely have those to himself, because he's never had the room to, like, experience what having creative freedom is, because he sold that away, presumably years and years ago. We don't know how long it's been like this, but it has to have at least been as long as he's been working on night shift. So yeah, that's damning for him. And like honestly, like that is wow. I can't even feel like justified clowning on him all that much because like that's just nothing I can do is gonna compare to like that poor baby's life. Like again, I don't feel any real sympathy for him. There's a part of me that wants to, but then I'm like, I don't have to walk it back because it's like, dude, you don't get into that position unless you're stupid or just are willing to pay that kind of price. And he tries to own it, but then contradicts that like every single word. And one thing you'll notice about Iron Brew, if you inspect his character enough, he's as much of a hypocrite as he is a contrarian. I know those things kind of go like hand in hand, but they're not mutually like they are mutually exclusive somewhat. Like you can't have one without the other. I know plenty of people who are hypocrites, but aren't really contrarian. But he's like almost openly and like self-admittedly contrarian. And just throwing that in the mix with being a massive hypocrite in a lot of ways is just like, yeah, okay, that tracks. Like, easy fucking character here, one-dimensional, sure, but cool. But at least, like, I can kind of see his reasoning for doing the Glaze review. But at the same time, it's like, dude, you could have just said like that in, like, a paragraph. And it might have actually done more for the game to help it than what it actually did was just make it a lot, which was just, by extent of its very, like, nature, make it a laughing stock. Which, to be fair, it almost already was already, and it's never going to be released, because Tron can't devote his attention for very fucking long on one thing. But in the chance he does, it's gonna immediately have that shit slapped onto it. Like, laughing stock from day one, basically dead on arrival, which was probably gonna be its fate regardless of if this review happened or not. Because again, it's a generic as fuck, cliche, really like retro style, like really retro baity JRPG, which I know is what RPGmaker is developed to make. But because of that reason, it's not going to make you stand out because it's what everyone in the fucking dog is making. And he has nothing special or unique with his game. Not even, like, really the plot. It's just Naruto. Which, again, mood. Because I did the exact same fucking thing. But I'm not the one who was like, yeah, no, this game is awesome. My game is way more respected in the community than this dumb bitch's game. Which, like, even if that's true, it doesn't mean anything because the community has been at odds with me since 2012. And I've always been, like, kind of an outcast. So, no shit, my game is gonna be, like, kind of a low runner for as far as that goes in a community that has basically always been, like, kind of at odds with me as a person. Not the whole community, the fringes love me, or at least tolerate me. And some of them do genuinely, like, enjoy my company. But there are definitely, like, a lot of people in this community I like made enemies of. Some of it's definitely my fault. I'm not gonna pretend this is all on them. Like I absolutely have done actions which are shitty. I still don't regret those actions. I think most of the people who I made enemies with said actions with were probably going to end up being my enemies anyway, just because personality clash and other reasons. And don't get me wrong, I bitch about I make fun of how much the RPG Maker community is basically a joke at this point. But I'm really gonna be sad if it kind of bookends entirely, at least on the front of the people who hate me, because it is so fucking fun to clown on these idiots. Because one, they're really fucking easy. It's like low hanging fruit most of the time, but yeah, these guys just couldn't argue their way out of anything, let alone actually be considered a remote threat to me. Either financially, like, or even socially, let alone in any physical way. They're just they're not those kinds of people, and the only ones who are like that basically don't exist in the community anymore, and have never really developed much in the way of beef with me, except from being Hellas. But everyone, he's all bark and no bite. He has plenty of enemies, and some of them are he doesn't like me. He doesn't like me, but he sure as fuck isn't I'm not one of the first people he would think of when he's going up to people. He's got far bigger fish to fry. He's not going to fry any of them because he sucks at it. But suffice to say that yeah, this community kind of dummy. Like the reason I am actually effective at getting rid of people from this community is because I do research. I look in, like, I know I'm just going to basically be quoting Art of War ad nauseum here, so let's just skip to the part. Yeah, I just do basic fucking research, which, if these clients actually did any research, they could smear me in a night and I would be gone from this community entirely. Because, yeah, I've done some really stupid things. Some of it was just done, completely accidentally, or just in good faith, but in a bad way. But the fact of the matter is, these idiots just, see a headline, jump on it without doing any, real investigation into what really happened. And I can just clown them because I'm like, no, this is actually what happened. You're a dumbass. Fuck off. Especially, especially helped by the fact that the people in the clique who originally, more or less, excommunicated me from the community, notably Celiana, yeah, apparently they thought that it would be a great idea to use the word plagiarize instead of redistribute. There is a very big difference between those things. What I did was still wrong, but the fact they made me out as a plagiarist just made it so much easier to get my win in the end, and just get the entire community on my side once they'd lost faith in the people who initially said this shit. Because the fact they lied about it just says to most people that, oh, okay, so the crime was so just non-offensive that they had to make it worse by calling it something that it wasn't. Which, yeah, just kind of feeds into the whole thing of, yeah, that video I released, the Remi-Chan clears her name video, that got the traction it needed to more or less have, outside of my extreme haters, everyone be like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Especially since there's been plenty of other track records where they've done the same shit to other people in the community, and yeah, people have started to bat an eye and realize, okay, yeah, no, the people who run GG Games, and before that point, fucking the RPGmaker Western marketing branch, may not have had the best, may not have been acting in good faith. And going back to the whole we discourage talent in the BTS, that's basically just them stealing the rulebook from RPGmaker webs. Because yeah, they hate talent. They love superficial talent, but as far as actual talent goes, they don't endorse it. Because if they did, I'd be still there. But they've tried everything they can to get rid of me, only to fail. And now I am on fringe forums that have more activity than basically the official forum for the RPG Maker series. Which yeah, feels pretty good. Thank you for just winning that one for me, RPG Maker Webs. That was very kind of you. I'll make sure I send you a thank you card. God, I'm being so fucking smug. Look, I want to claim it in some way, even if it's just the most petty way imaginable, because goddamn. Yeah, someone's got her. Anyway, so yeah, back to Realtron and sorry, Imber. So basically, he came to some major server, was like, yeah, and that all that got revealed. Then I was like, okay, yeah, let's ban him because he has no reason to be here anymore. He's seen the new demands he came for, and he got to basically just give out a bunch of info that, like, for how much the community says, like, me or Remy doesn't know when to shut the fuck up, they really could start practicing what they preach here. Because I don't think Imber would actually told many people about that. Because every time I bring that up, people are fucking surprised, like shocked. Like, not like surprised because it makes complete sense when you think about it. But they are shocked that, like, oh, wow, yeah, that's fucked. No wonder he's this or that. Because, yeah, like, he hasn't made that, like, very public knowledge. And I guess I'm now uncorking that bottle, so have fun with that, Iron Brew. Maybe now you actually get some attention on your games, even if now, instead of being out of pity, it's out of, well, a different kind of pity. Like, let's be real, you're just a pity party of this fucking community. Despite the fact others are trying way, way too hard to get that spotlight instead of you. Speaking of which, let's get to the next character on this fucking colourful smorgasbord of idiots. Uh, Actually, I don't know who to go to next. I think we'll just get the Realtron shit covered real quick, because there's no real video that really goes into that much, and it's all so behind me now. This is basically, I can more or less summarize in a few lines. He didn't like that I was in a server that he was enjoying, and his friends also didn't like this. His close friends, I don't know who they are. I don't care. But yeah, basically they said he more or less got it either in his head, or they asked him to go deal with me or get rid of me. And he tried to do that. And I'm not sure if he was acting in good faith initially and just trying to see if I was, as bad as they said, or if he just genuinely wanted to get rid of me because he didn't like me either. And yeah, it's like basically just came at me and said, yeah, so he did it under pretense because that's the only real talent these guys have, is being pretentious, and in the bad way, like I mentioned earlier. I was like, oh yeah, dude, you show me your trailer so I can see, like, sorry, I showed my trailer and he's like, okay, dude, can I, like, DM you about, like, the potential problems and feedback I'd given this? I'm like, yeah, you can. I probably won't change anything because the trailer's already out, so, like, it's gonna be there, but I can keep them in mind for, like, the next feedback trailer I make, if it's, like, valid feedback, yada yada. Agreed to that. So, what was his problem with the trailer? Well, one thing he said, which was valid, was like, yeah, sound design was a bit screwy. Yeah, I agree. Sound design is hard. It's like basically a whole course, and no one gives enough credit to, like, good sound design. It's a skill, and it's not something you learn overnight. Like, you can't just start making YouTube videos and get your sound design on brand perfectly immediately, because yeah, guess what? Yeah, shit's difficult. Like, there's an art to it and a science to it as well. It's quite involved. So I'm only remotely capable of that now because I've been doing it for years. Anyway, so yeah, suffice to say, he mentioned that, but yeah, I agree. Sound design was not the best. Completely fair. And then he's like, okay, yes, so some of these voice actors are really bad. I'm like, okay, I don't know what you expect from, like, a fucking like non-profit indie animation studio, or sorry, indie, like, game studio, but feel free to list them and I'll try to take this seriously. Because, like, none of them sound particularly bad to me except my own. Which, like, even that, I'm like, no, I think they're fine for what they're trying to do. They get the message across easy enough. But his problem was with a few of them. But the one that became the focal point was, like, Sacra Blue's voice actor, who at the time was, like, um, uh, like, they changed voice actor. It used to be, what was her name? Right, very random butterfly. She was the voice actor at the time. And, like, right now, it's Honey Nut Femios, and she's been killing it as Sacred Blue. But, like, there was nothing wrong with Random Butterfly. The only reason I replaced Very Random Butterfly is because she literally just vanished and also blocked me. I don't know why. I suspect she just had her account hacked or something. I don't know. Anyway, fact of the matter is, like, I just had to change the voice actors because of that. So what that's getting into is like he was like, yeah, you should probably just lay off a couple of these and get new ones. I'm like, dude, I'm not sure how you do things in your business, but I don't just lay off voice actors and things just for like one like slightly faulty line. Like I'm not that kind of person, okay? I'm not running a business here. I'm running a collective. So no, I'm not gonna do that. Like unless you like the line, I'll agree was not one of the best, but I think it was more than passable. It was fine. Like this is the kind of nitpicky bitch thing that, in my defense, no one else has brought up. And even when he asked in the channel and polled, like, does this sound weird? Everyone's like, it's fine. Like, one or two retakes it would be a bit better, but like at the end of the day, like, no, the line's fine. Doesn't have to be exceptional. So yeah, that was the basis of his initial like pretense. As it turns out, like, no, he was just using this as a way to try and like get me to be like vile, I guess. And I think what he got was not what he expected, because I think he was hoping I would do like something really like just inflammatory and nasty. Whereas instead, because I wasn't taking his opinion seriously, because this guy wasn't like someone I interact with much, and he seemed always to be like kind of a tool whenever I did unfortunately have to speak with him. So I'm like, yeah, whatever, like your opinion like only got so much merit to it. But then when he suggested I sack voice actors just because he personally didn't approve of a take. And this is an ego thing because, yeah, in his game, he's very, like, caught up on, like, his voice acting and all that, like, the voice acting and voice actors in his game, despite most of them just sounding like, generic white people. But, like, whatever, like, he can say that all he wants, but the fact of the matter is, it's just it was really dumb. It was like the most petty, just nothing. And now knowing why it was the way it was makes sense. Like he just couldn't grasp on anything else. Cause yeah, the fact that he had to bring up that in the trailer, not anything I did, nothing I was personally fallible for, just speaks to how like actually decent my trailers are. Well, again, except sound design, that is on me, absolutely. But even then, that was like he said, like yeah, it's possible, but if you're gonna like keep doing this, you might want to like look into either hiring a sound designer or just like trying up your game a bit more. I'm like, yep, I'll do that. And keep in mind, I had no idea how like much of a nobody this guy was when this first conversation was happening. So I was putting way more stock into what he said than I probably should have. Because I didn't get a chance to do research on this guy until later because he just kind of came at me. And eventually he just revealed, like, said the quiet part out loud and said, like, look, basically, I've had friends tell me you're, like, annoying and garbage and, like, they want, basically, you to leave. And I said, well, I guess that's just tough fucking shit, isn't it? I'm allowed to be here. You're not the fucking president of this channel. The president is here, and he invited me back. Like, I was literally invited. So, like, fuck off, white noise, go home. I didn't even say fuck off. I just said like, look, basically, I'm just gonna have to take your opinion on this as what it is, which is white noise, because I've never had this critique before, and even when you tried to point out that it's a valid critique, no one really validated it. So like, what the fuck do you want from me? I'm not gonna fire a voice actor just because you personally don't like them, because you're not the demographic for this game. You're too much of a normie. So yeah, don't worry about it. And like, frankly, I was happy to just leave it there. Like, I have more arguments of this caliber than I'd like to admit, but still not very many. But most of them didn't get as heated as this one did, and I think again a lot of that was just Tron fishing for something, anything, where he could like maybe have a crash out and get banned, without realizing like, yep, dude, I don't cave under pressure of people like who are just petty bitches, because I don't care enough about the opinions of petty bitches to have it like make me spiral. My guess is that he is the kind of person who will have that happen because, yeah, that white noise. And so he was projecting again. Because, yeah, that white noise comment apparently really got under his skin. And, yeah, it's an easy way to get under the skin of anyone insecure like that. It's just make them feel like they don't matter. Which only hurts them so much because they know deep down it's true. They know they're just nobodies. I also am a nobody, and I admit that, but I don't care because I'm not here to be somebody. I'm just here to make the cool games I want to see get made. Because I just love the craft and I love like working with people to make it a thing. And so the fact that anyone thinks they can like bother me by like smearing my name is just laughable. Because I'd still be doing this even if I got no attention. But as it turns out, I've actually gotten way more attention than any of these chocolate fox. At least if you go by the flawed comparison of Twitter followers. Because yeah, none of these idiots have more followers than I do, and basically the entire server of BTS doesn't even add up. Which is depressing, because I'm pretty sure like 2 of them have over 600. Which means the rest is scraps. Oh, sorry, 600. I think one of them has 600. Wait, no, that's Hawk Zombie. Hawk Zombie had, I think he's got like 825 now. But yeah, none of them have like anywhere, and Hawk Zombie isn't in there anyway, so that's redundant. But I think like Sawyer has about like 300 followers. I think Tron has about 200. The big guys at the top of the clique have a tenth of the follower count I do. Wait, no. Sorry. Yeah, a tenth of the follower count I do. So yeah, the fact that he's like these fucking chibi ass cartoon characters, these fucking clowns. I'll give them credit. I actually thought they were going to be a threat. Then I looked at like their social media credentials. I'm like, oh, never mind. I'm more popular than you, and I'm a nobody. Okay, cool. Done. Don't have to worry about this anymore. So yeah, if that was just all that happened. Oh yeah, and the day after, when I tried to point out that yeah, no, Tron's a bit of an asshole. Can you guys like get him in line or some shit? I basically appealed to a human who was the mod who invited me. He's like, look, this is like kind of a hard thing for us to really do because it was all done in DMs. And I'm like, okay, cool. But yeah, that's kind of cringe, but fine. But then I made like a joke that, yeah, I admit was kind of morbid, but it's just like it's just part of my own humor. But people were like, dude, you need to stop making these jokes. And I'm like, you know what? I don't have to be here. I've got better shit to do than argue with these fucking infants. I just basically said, look, this server, this ain't it. Y'all have fun rotting, I'm gonna go. And I just peaced out, I just left. Didn't like get banned or anything, and they didn't even ban me because they're like, well, if she comes back, we'll have to have the talk. But then I posted, well, basically I said something like condescending about them on Twitter, which I think was probably the first time they realized, oh shit, she actually has followers. What the fuck? Because they probably still thought I was a complete nobody, like them. Because again, projection is strong in them. And so they thought, like, okay, yeah, well, whatever. But then I was like, yeah, no, these guys are kind of cunts, toxic, keep away from there if you like having brain cells or have any creative, like, ability, because they would just stomp all over it. Because I'd been there 2 weeks, and yeah, I'd seen enough. And yeah, so I just made a pretty scathing Twitter post about them. They did not take kindly to that. But they were like, okay, look, we know enough about Remy now to know that she's more dangerous to us than we are to her. Just don't engage with it. At least I'm guessing that's what they said, given how they did the same thing much later. So that would have been the end of it, if Tron wasn't a dummy. Because yeah, Tron, in his infinite wisdom, was like, hey, I'm going to make a tier list video and rate all the RPGmaker, like, known-of people in there, based on my personal opinions of them. Remi-Chan's going to be in this list, by the way, and it's like, oh, my god. Here goes the funniest fucking shit to ever occur. No, the video, not the video itself. The video was endearing in the same way that a fucking 10-year-old wearing shades indoors is endearing. Which, by the way, yes, the tool at, like, I think it was age 19, wore shades inside and thought that was cool. That was being ironic. I don't think he has that much self-awareness, but we'll just humor him and say he was. Anyway, yeah, so he made, like, a fucking, he basically took a lot of potshots at me and said, like, I wasn't willing to shift my feet, a bunch of stuff that just anyone who knows me at all isn't true. Hell, there were people in the chat saying, no, that's not how Remy is at all. Like, she's toxic, yeah. Just say she's toxic. She herself admits that. I myself admit that. But to say, like, she doesn't shift her fate, it's just like, dude, I know we had a whole conversation where you try and kind of just try to gaslight yourself into thinking I had an ego, despite the fact being that you're the one who's kind of showing to have more of an ego than I do. But to then go and, like, make a whole tier list video to show me how little you care, while also saying the exact opposite in your actions, kind of just goes to show that, yeah, I'm not the one who has a fucking issue with shifting their feet. Good God. Also, like, I know you'll probably never release the fucking game, but if Our Dying World is still got the same flaws as it did in the demo, yeah, you can fucking feel free to check yourself. God, these fucking cheapy ass characters are it's just so fucking funny. Yeah, and he had some other criticisms of my character which were just as if not more far fetched. What he could have done was just like, yeah, Remi's a butthole and I don't like her because she's cringe and she's toxic. Correct. On every count. That would have been enough. That would have gotten the goal, and it would have come off as far less, like, personal and just a lot less like, yeah, she's toxic and cringe. So she's going in the shadow realm. Fuck her. That I would have been like, yep, fucking hilarious. That's fine. I would have agreed with every part of it, because I am self-aware enough to know that, yeah, I'm toxic, and I'm very fucking cringe. Like, there are not many people who would look at me and think, yeah, no, that bitch is just on that. I'm cringe, but I'm free energy immediately. I dress like a fucking, like, in real life, I shit you not, I dress like a video game character, protagonist, whatever. I, like, use pretty, like, pretentious dialect in all of what I do, including this video. It just, like, it slays me that anyone thinks, like... But the thing is, he wanted to upset me. I think the point of that video was just to try and piss off people, and to his credit, that was when it finally worked. I'm like, okay, yeah, this guy's actually trying to start a war. But then the moment the war actually started being non-beneficial to him, he wanted it over. Well, yeah, how predictable was that one? Fucking, like, Mini Adolf over here starts World War II. Then the moment the cannons start firing, he's like, wait, no, I hate the sound of cannons. Please stop, please stop. I surrender, I surrender. Like, please just let me have my thing back or this back. So yeah, that whole thing kicked off probably one of the most, like, dramatic, like, fucking clashes I've had with the RPG making community in a long fucking time. I was also acting in very bad faith. Like, to the degree that some of my friends were actually starting to, like, not disconnect from me, but definitely distance themselves a little bit, because I was getting a bit obsessed, I'll admit that now. Like, in hindsight, yeah, my way of handling the Tron situation was very poor. It's hard to find any, like, of me doing that, because I generally try to not make my content about the people I hate. With videos like this basically being done so far ahead in the future, where it's, like, no longer, like, fresh on the heat mindset. So the only video I did actually put out was done, like, weeks after this whole kerfuffle, because I knew if I did it then it would just be a rage video, and I would say stupid shit that would not help my case at all, and I'd just look bitter. So what I did was weeks later, like, cleared my name, and basically mentioned Tron once, complete with a funny fart sound effect to say, like, this poser. That was it. That was, like, the only mention he got. Which he himself was like, yeah, no, that's funny as fuck. He was actually, like, lamenting the video was, like, unlisted when I enlisted it much, much later. Mostly because it was like, well, this no longer needs to be here. Like, it served its purpose. And yeah, like, goddamn. Anyway, so that all happened. And yeah, so basically this whole, like, drama started. And I was being incredibly aggressive because I felt... Like, for me, the whole reason I really wanted to get back at BTS is because they just reminded me of all the shit I went through on RPGmaker webs. Like, basically just that whole disconnect, the whole thing, and just my faith in humanity being lowered again by just these clown car imbeciles. like sucking each other off and being, to put it mildly, a complete joke. Like, there is nothing any of those guys are going to do that's going to make anyone bat more than an eyebrow, and most likely a pretentious one. Because, yeah, they be mediocre as fuck. And the fact that, and like, just to give you an idea of how insecure and also, like, kind of just obviously aware of how, like, just nothing they are, I call Trailblazer mid in that video. Not bad, not even like mediocre, I just used the word mid. And that set Jeff Will Black the fuck off. Like, it was so funny that caused him to crash out. Like, no, it wasn't me, like, trashing all his friends, or, like, deriding his entire, like, business model and how he operates. No. He was gonna be upset because the fucking Toho lolly with a white hat as a brand called his game mid. Like, I didn't even call it bad, I just said it was mid. Which I guess, like, probably is a much bigger insult, because if I called it bad, it would be dismissing the fact that it's not even really, like, that. Like, the thing is, like, Trailblazer is not bad. It's just not standout or good. It's just mid. It's like that perfect, like, most generic, bland-ass thing where, like, oh, cool, you got a cowboy theme, but you're still using the RTP and relying on basically shit that's free. And I know that was, like, the intent of the game. Like, to give you some background, Trailblazer is a game developed by Jeff Will Black, which is basically like him saying, like, and from what we've been told by him himself, it was basically a game to say that, yeah, you don't have to, like, go outside the RTP. You can still make a good game using the RTP if you don't have, like, the money or skill to make stuff your own. Which, on its own, harmless enough a message, cool. You know, that's fine. I still think it's dumb because encouraging people to use the RTP at all, instead of encouraging them to grow their own skills or at least pay someone so they can put food on their plate, yeah, I think that's valid. I think it's way more valid than, like, trying to convince people to just do the stock same shit every RPGmaker hack does and churn out another shitty product that's gonna at best be mid, but is more likely to be bad. Like, and the thing is, I'd honestly say mid, and this is probably why it got to me, because mid is technically more of an insult than calling a game bad. Because at least bad games can kind of just be endearing in their own terribleness. Like, if you need an example, look at any show or game that is so bad that it's actually funny and good and, like, genuinely funny to play. Like Sonic Unleashed, that kind of thing. Like, they're just so fucking broken and buggy and just unplayable in some areas. And the writing is just, like, so jank that you can't just have to laugh at the spectacle of what a hot mess it is in itself. But that's for bad games. Mid games are stuck being bland, generic, staple. And I feel like, yeah, that's kind of worse. I didn't think about this at the time when I was saying that. I was just saying, like, it's mid. It does nothing particularly wrong, but it does nothing that makes it stand out beyond being a Western, which is like, yeah, that's never been fucking done before. Here's the thing, there's a game called Trailjin by, his name's Trailjin, which does everything Trailblazer does, but better, and isn't pretentious as fuck about it. And also, it's, you know, good. It does use some, it doesn't use all RTP, but it does use some of it, and it makes it work really fucking well. And it is definitely like RTP styled. But the fact is, it's good. It was a good fucking game. It was like one of my favorite games I reviewed in made in RPGmaker VX. So this Trailblazer coming along and being like this just generic Midwestern like game about cowboys and shit. It's like, yeah, cool, but don't pretend this is worth an Oscar. It's just another dime a dozen retro JRPG. Like, cool, it exists, but like, no, it's not special. But the fact that he got so offended by me calling it Midwest, like, yep, that's basically was its mold. It's using the RTP on purpose to make a point. I might mention, like, yeah, it could be a good point if taken on its face value, but I think it's a terrible point to make, especially to people who were already gonna do that if they were so inclined, because, yeah, you're basically gravitating to making a point that everyone was already doing. Like, it's the exception to the norm is Axial. Everyone else is just using the RTP or the DLC for the maker and not doing anything like fully custom. Which, yeah, understandable if you don't have the art skills and you don't have the money to pay artists. Yeah, that's fine. That's what the engine is made for. Whatever. But trying to say that that's like gonna get you anywhere beyond just, hobbyist stuff is farcical. Even Outer League Games doesn't get anywhere on that. Outer League Games only succeeds because it was quick to get in on a market that had yet to be fully saturated with that dross. And like to say they have much of a market or success is to say that One Shot wasn't successful. One Shot was a successful game, and there's a good reason for that. The art is entirely custom. There is literally very little, if not like nothing in that game, is RTP or even DLC. They made their own work. They had a lot of very like unique systems in how the game's data was handled that made them able to give like this really compelling narrative, and most importantly, no RTP reliance, not even on the like battle system. So here's the thing I've noticed with a lot of like RPG Maker games that are actually successful, like in a big way, like One Shot, like Least of the Painful, like Off, like To the Moon. They don't use the scene battle from RPG Maker. And the reason they don't is because they know it's just awful, no matter how you try to fancy it up. I came to terms with this reality a long time ago, which is why I started making bullet hells. And also, just, I love the idea of, like, making bullet hells. And also, I've done enough RPGs at this point to know that, yeah, there's limits to how much you can eat. Like, I've played so many RPGs and I've, like, made so many as well. That at this point, it's like, yeah, there's, like, making turn-based RPGs, there's limitations to how fun you can make bosses. And there's only so much intensity you can bring when everything's like, yeah, okay, I'll wait my turn to do this thing because you're still having your turn. So it's really hard to make anything in those like JRPGs really, really feel intense or like you're on a timer. You can still do it. Final Fantasy X is a good example of a JRPG who did this kind of thing well. Though a lot of that was just like kind of like false difficulties or like I want to say difficulty like things were just like yeah, okay, that's just basically going to come down to gear and like how your characters are built. And it's going to basically just be down to yeah, more luck than skill half the time. But yeah, at the end of the day, like those fights, well, basically capsized by the whole oh yeah, grand summon like all yeah, and just cap out overdrives and save them for bosses. Yeah, it had its flaws, but it at least got one thing right, and that it nailed intensity during boss fights. And a lot of that was just thanks to the music being pretty good and just setting the stakes and world building. But that's a lot harder to do in RPG Maker, especially if you're like if you don't have a composer. And again, like it's still false. There's no real sense of urgency. You can basically be in the middle of like the most hectic boss fight where you're basically where the a in like any other circumstance, a single second is the difference between life and death. But you can just hop off, go get a fucking drink, maybe a bowl of ice cream, come back, and literally nothing bad has happened as a result of you just having your character twiddle their thumbs for like half an hour. That's where like the fall off happens with turn-based RPGs, which is why I've kind of gone more to bullet hell because I can just make in the moment matters count and like really make it feel intense in a way that's meaningful. Anyway, yeah, the fact of the matter is, yep, that's just my argument for why I don't make JRPGs more, and also just helps that now I don't have to worry about the stigma thing because I'm gonna have to deal with it in other ways. Like RPG Maker was not designed to build bullet hells. Although at this point, like, my game being made in RPG Maker is more or less a formality. It doesn't even feel like I'm playing an RPG Maker game anymore. Because it's too smooth, because I've figured out a workflow and, like, battle system that just is so smooth, so flighty, and, like, so fluid that it doesn't even feel like RPG Maker anymore, and that's a good thing. Like, I cannot state how glad I am to be away from that, and it helps I've also got, like, entirely custom picture-based menus and all that. So yeah, getting away from the RPG Maker brand is a good thing. So when Trailblazer tries to say, no, you can stick to RTP as like its message, I feel like that's praising a man for coming out of traffic when he was just playing in it. There's a lot to be said about, like, the general messaging in a lot of the games that come out of RPG Maker, but the fact that he set this game up with the agenda to prove that you can still make a good game with RTP was one, possibly the most perfect example of the different dictionary definition of shit that nobody needed to ask for, because there's already plenty of examples of that. And also just like, what a stupid fucking thing to infer. Like, no, you're not a moral or a good character for stating that. You're just a dumbass. Anyone who actually, like, looks at an RTV game and thinks this should succeed, despite it going to no effort to stand out on its own, doesn't deserve to have that kind of power. That's exactly why these idiots don't have any power. Because, yeah, BTS is a fucking joke. It's basically like, it thinks it's way more hot shit than it is. And so BTS is just, well, BTSM for themselves. Look, okay, someone's gonna make that joke, so I'm gonna just take it first. Yeah, BTSM. That's gonna be like what I call that server from now on, and you can't stop me. Anyway, so yeah, Remi-Chan, basically, he just had a whole crash out because I called his opinion useless, blah blah blah. Yeah, I responded by basically crashing out myself in a different way. And then eventually dropped it because I'm like, yeah, okay, I got other shit to do. And yeah, eventually I was just like, you know what, I better just patch things up a bit here. And I changed the reviews to 5 stars from 1 stars. Right, yeah, so this was also when I did my own review bomb, or rather reviews, on their games. And it was basically just 1 star, and probably some mean words, depending on how much I cared about their opinion. Because this was, like, shortly after, like, Skyforger did this. And I was like, you know what, fuck it. If it pisses them off this much, then I'm gonna do it too, because I have every reason to. And there's not a damn thing they can do to stop me. My game's already in the pit, because Skyforger had that to say. So, my games were already trashed as far as that, like, 4.5 star rating, and again, that's not the kind of thing I really give a shit about. So I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna just do my own. Turns out, they could get Skyforge's reviews moved, because they were from just sleeper accounts, or burner accounts, but they couldn't get rid of mine, because I was a legitimate account with like 10 games on there. And so they actually just had to accept that, oh, there's consequences to being pieces of shit to someone. Fuck, I hate this. Let's manipulate and blackmail her. So yeah, they manipulated me and blackmailed with my friends, who were also their friends. Like, they brought them in without my friends knowing much better, because, again, like, the whole thing was skewed. And they were really trying to skew the narrative to make them sound like they were the victims, and that they hadn't set this whole thing in motion by themselves, by just being complete pricks to me and the people I cared about. And telling me to fire one of my employees was already bad, but I could have just walked that off, and I did. It wasn't until I had Tron, like, make a fucking video that was basically, like, publicly him admitting, no, I fucking hate this bitch, get her. Which was just like, okay, yeah, you're picking for a fight, you're gonna fucking get one. But most of my friends were either missing that context or just didn't want me to fight fire with fire, despite it being proven beyond any shadow of a doubt, at least from my experience, that these guys won't respond to anything but violence, verbal. So I knew damn well, like, yeah, doing anything to, like, lower their reputation or paint them as, like, yeah, they're not as good as you think, because they're not, was gonna be what made them stop. Because I just wanted to get this shit over with, I was fucking done with it, and I was really getting sick of, like, not the drama was delicious, but just, like, these idiots being, like, so obviously, like, not acting in good faith, and my friends thinking they were acting in good faith. These days it's different. Most of my friends have been like, had to realize that, yeah, okay, no, they were definitely doing wrong things, but you were also being toxic in response, so it's only, like, it kind of makes sense how we're toxic back. Yeah, I agree. But I was always the one calling for, like, maybe just stop now? Because I gave them every opportunity to opt out. But they weren't satisfied, so they had to keep lighting the match. Like, when I left the server, I left one message on Twitter that basically no one in the community was probably going to see that they hadn't already alienated. And also, I didn't ping anyone with it. I didn't ping anyone, and my reach on Twitter is abysmal. The fact that even they found it was actually impressive, so they must have actually been stalking me on Twitter, which says a lot about, like, oh, they could have researched me if they'd wanted to, but they just wanted to take, like, the worst thing I said and just make it a big spectacle. Because, yeah, they bitched about that one Twitter post a lot as well. But, yeah, suffice to say, I was just like, yeah, no, these guys are kind of dicks, so just be careful if you go to BTS, like, not to give them too much, because they hate talent. So yeah, anyway, I basically, like, so that happened, then the thing with the, like, again, but I was just happy to leave it be. I was like, I just made my post, and cool, that's it, done. No need for, like, excessive, like, fucking ranting and raving and carrying on. I was upset at the time, but it's like, it's whatever, like, just another RPGmaker Discord server that's way too up its own ass that I got banned from for not enabling their bullshit. Wow, what a twist. So I was just happy to leave it at that. Then, like, a few months later, that video, that fucking T-list video, I think it was a month later. Anyway, it wasn't much later. I think it was 6 weeks. Yeah, that T-list video came out, which reignited the entire fucking thing. And that was when I was like, yeah, okay. I left your server in peace, outside of the Twitter comment. And I did nothing to instigate this video. That just kind of came out of nowhere. So this is you picking for a fight because you aren't satisfied with how that ended. What? You're sad that I made a post on Twitter and therefore kind of had my own last laugh that no one else knew anything about? Okay. Well, guess what? I'm gonna get a much bigger last laugh when you idiots beg me to take down the video and remove my, like, 1-star reviews. In fact, not only begged, but then, like, when I was like, no, fuck off, you're just gonna have to deal with the fact that what you say and what you do actually has fucking consequences. Grow up, you man-child. So when that didn't work, they just resorted to blackmailing me with basically my friends. And I just didn't want to have my friends involved in this because this was already so fucking petty. And I was just like, fine, truce time it is, I guess. It was a stupid fucking truce, and it was completely just like, well, cool. I still think they deserve to have the 1-star review on their games, not because of the game's quality themselves, but because it stands as a testament to, like, yeah, no, you aren't above fucking consequences for being pieces of shit to people. Like, 'cause it wasn't just me. I've had several, like, stories told to me about the shit that BTS has tried to pull. And, like, they're not the only community who does this, but they are definitely one of the most blatant for it. But then they, like, parade themselves up as, like, some icon of, like, yeah, we're cool. We beta test your games and we review them, which, yeah, that'd be great if they weren't, like, such complete suckholes about it. Basically, if your game is unconventional in any big way and doesn't appeal to, like, that generic mold of, oh, the fucking, basically whatever Axial and Our Dying World and Trailblazer are trying to be, then it's not good. They will try everything they can to just shut you down. I've had, like, reports of this happening to several talented devs I know, and also myself. So yeah, because I don't make fucking JRPGs, I make bullet hells. I mean, I have made JRPGs, and even so, I had to admit, yeah, no, Menagerie kind of fire. Because, yeah, guess what? I'm that good that I even got the people who wanted to disagree with me be like, yeah, no, I can't deny that Menagerie has its merits. Fuck. Remy might have actually had a point. And I will say, during that whole, like, meltdown Sawyer had when I told him his game, like, needed work, I was not trying to be the bad guy there or anything. I had just basically, like, I have respect for him, but I wasn't putting him up on a pedestal like everyone else was. And I was holding him to the same, like, basically, like, the same, like, sort of needle that I do everyone else of, like, okay, the game has its problems, but I think it has potential. It's what I would have told anyone who made a similar game. It wasn't like I was doing anything out of spite of him particularly. And I think he knew that because he did actually try to take it on board. Now, how much of that was actually implemented, I don't know. How much he did to improve the flavor text, I don't know. because I haven't played this game again since, because the water has, unsurprisingly, been a bit soured. And I don't want to play a game, especially not when he's charging $15 for it, because he actually thinks he's a one-shot. No, sorry, bro, this is not your one-shot. This is not your Yume Nikki. In fact, Yume Nikki is free, but we're gonna, like, ignore that. This is not like you're to the moon. You're just a generic retro JRPG that does nothing particularly stand out outside of art. And I want to say music, but that's not standout, it's just chiptune. And it's not even good chiptune. Like, it's passable for the most part, but it is genuinely painful, especially when combined with the fact that the battles go on way longer than they need to, and there's random enemy encounters. So you're just hearing that same battle theme again and again. And while I continue to the stance of, like, yeah, no battle theme is going to save, like, a game from being criticized for having random enemy encounters, I will say it fucking helps make it, like, tolerable for the most part. Like, Final Fantasy X did a lot to make the random enemy encounters, like, actually, like, not rewarding, but just like, yeah, I can tolerate them. I basically stayed for more fights in that game than I ran from, which is saying something, because that is very much my go-to in a JRPG. Is like, yeah, no, we run from battles that I don't have to do unless I'm grinding, like purposely grinding to get my level up. But yeah, so having this, like, ear bleeding chiptune music was not great after the first few minutes, especially not after hours, which thankfully I didn't spend on that game. Because, yeah, I basically just got tired of it about halfway through, I think it was, in the demo. I was like, yeah, okay, that's enough. I think at this point I've done enough of I've been playing for a good hour or two. I'm like, yeah, that's enough. Think I've seen enough of this game to know that it's not going to improve much beyond this point. Like, and here's the thing, one of the things that was being hyped up in this game was the encounter design, like how enemies reacted and their general, like, AI. I'm not talking Gen AI, I'm just talking, like, creature AI, like how they respond to the players doing things. I was like, okay, cool. That might be able to somewhat justify the use of random enemy encounters. But then there was none of that, or very little, or so just not even a thing that mattered, that it just could have just come by unnoticed by anyone who didn't know RPGmaker. And then the bosses that were, like, hyped up were just, oh, there's one single mechanic, and it's not even very clever. This was, like, yeah, obviously just the flaws of a person's first game. And, like, on its own merits, if it had been the first game, I'd been like, yeah, no, this is good. Because you've already learned how to, like, make bosses more interesting than just stand and hit for, like, the whole battle. But this was hyped up. Like, here's the thing, like, the hype that they generate for these games makes them so much more disappointing when you play them and realize, like, this has all just been puffery. There's no actual substance to any of this hype. These people just have no standard for what a good JRPG is. Like, I know they're not trying to be AAA here, obviously. That would be asking way too much. Even I don't climb to that standard, and I'm pretty fucking close. But the fact of the matter is, like, there's a lot to be said about, like, how much hype can ruin a project. And because people have been, like, recommending, like, Axial to me, like, in that community, and, like, they were saying, like, yeah, this is the standout, I was ready to have a good time. And a good time I did not have. It was mostly pretty tedious and boring. But again, I think I probably would have enjoyed it a bit more if I hadn't had all that build up. Because it was, like, so thoroughly, like, I was, like, preparing for something like one of the other games I'd played on there, which did actually grab my interest. I forget its name now, but, like, it was, like, basically, like, it really, there's a lot of games made in RPGmaker that are, like, sort of based on the Metal Gear Solid franchise, and a lot of them actually turn out to be pretty fucking good. I don't know how, but they do it. So I was expecting at least to be amused, but then to play this mid as fuck, like, just generic JRPG slop, with its only real strengths being the art direction and, under duress, the music, it killed me. Because I wanted to enjoy it. I wanted to have a good time. But I wasn't getting any of that. I was just getting what I'd expect from a first time JRPG. Like, I could compare this shit to Planets to Terra or one of my old JRPGs, and I'd probably have to struggle with the idea that no, my game bad, but it's probably not quite this insultingly generic. And my games back then used RTP, but they also used other things. It was like a hodgepodge, like inconsistent mess, which at least gave it its own like kind of charm. And also the games were not like anything beyond the first game, and I never pretended they were anything better than what they were. I thought, yeah, this might be cool, but I never had this idea that like, yeah, these games are going to be the next Final Fantasy X or whatever, because I knew I didn't have the experience to pull it off. It was like my first public game. I was just trying to see what people thought, so I would know, okay, here's what I did wrong, here's what I did right, let's go ahead and start from jump for the next project if this is bad enough. And that's exactly what I did. And from the second time this occurred, where I got some actual feedback, I was like, okay, yeah, drop the Final Fantasy X inspiration and other inspirations and just embrace my own ideas. And that's how we got Intelligence, which was a hot mess, but it was a really fun hot mess. Whereas Axial just feels like anyone could have made this if they had a spriter and a musician on their team, and it probably would have been better. Or at least passable as this one was. There are definitely some people who would have done it worse, but I think it goes to show something that like the only things I can actually say in this game that were remotely good in Actual Disc 1 were the spriting slash art design and the music. And even then, the music's gonna heavily vary. For me, as a personal thing, I don't think chiptune belongs in video games anymore. Like, as a novelty now and then, sure. Like, Undertale does it well, but the thing is, getting a good chiptune artist is very different to getting a chiptune artist. Because anyone can do fucking chiptune shit. Doing it well is a very different story. Like, you can make chiptunes and it will sound like chiptunes, but it's probably going to be obnoxious to everyone who fucking hears it. Because there's rules that you have to adhere to that these devs just or authors just aren't fucking following sometimes. And I'm not saying that chiptune and like the chiptunes in Soy's games are aggressively bad, but because of how his game like tends to meander on and be like very like courteous with the understanding of the player might have not infinite free time, having those beats just like consistently play, they're like, yeah, they're chiptunes, so unless they're really good, they're gonna get really fucking repetitive after like the fifth playthrough. And that they did. Yeah, it grates on you when you have to hear that song again and again and again because it's noise. And not even good noise, because the thing about chiptune is it's purposely lower quality to match with the generation in which it was acceptable to use chiptune, which was during the NES era. There's no excuse for it anymore beyond nostalgia, and that's exactly what the entire game is banking on, is just, oh yeah, you played fucking this nostalgia trip game called, I don't know, Sudoku. I don't know what, like, actually was going for as far as its, like, major artistic and music inspiration, but it was definitely something. It might have been Final Fantasy 3 for all I know. I just haven't played enough of those old games to really be able to pinpoint it to anything in particular. The fact of the matter is, though, yeah, it was a complete fucking just no. Like, if the chiptune had been used more sparingly, fine. But, like, if you're gonna use that much, it has to be actually decent. The reason Final Fantasy got away with it is because, one, it was a product of its time. We had nothing better. There's a reason Final Fantasy doesn't do chiptune music anymore. It's because you don't fucking need to. And doing so is just gonna seem like an obscene nostalgia grab. I was honestly surprised they didn't do it with Octopath Traveler. Oh, wait, that's Nintendo. But yeah, you get it. Actually, no, wait. It's Octopath. Fuck. Yeah, Octopath Traveler. Yeah, Octopath is Nintendo. Sorry, not Square Enix. Oh, wait. Actually, I can't remember now. Anyway, whatever. Fact of the matter is, yeah, chiptune does not belong in modern games, and I know it actually was trying to tilt into that nostalgic direction, which again I'm really getting sick of seeing, because like, dude, that's not new or unique. Every fucking RPG Maker game is trying to do that if it's a generic RPG Maker game, because the engine itself admits, yeah, this is the perfect engine for if you want to make, your Dragon Quests or your fucking Sudoku like fan games. That's literally part of their marketing. So it's killing me that people are acting like that's a flex. When it's like, no, that should be that's the norm. It's not an exception. I don't care if you make your own custom music and like art to facilitate that norm. I mean, good for you and good for the game. But you need to do more than just that to make it stand out. Just making Sudoku 2.5 fucking recoded isn't going to get anyone on board, because here's the thing, if they want to play Sudoku 2, they're just going to play Sudoku 2. Like, no one's going to fucking shill $15 for a game that came out 15 years ago and is cheaper on Steam and does everything the game in question does and does better and has already done better by virtue of it being what inspired it. No, sorry, fuck you. That's not worth $15. Anyway, yeah, point of the matter is, yeah, I believe those reviews are deserved. Again, not for the games, like, they're just mid. They're not awful. They're just, like, so blended generic. They're just like, these games can be less offensive if they tried. Like, there's no, like, really big message they're trying to, like, send to the world or anything. There's no, like, really engaging hook that just gets me in there. It's just generic JRPG bullshit that I've seen time and time again done and done better by games years before these ones came out. So no, sorry if I'm not willing to, like, suck your dick over this one, because it just doesn't deserve it. But anyway, again, like, not a 1 star. But the attitudes carried by the dev, or the devs, and what they did to people like me, again, I'm not their only victim, yeah, that deserves a 1 star. Because unfortunately, these things are ultimately going to be correlated, especially with these guys, where they care so much more about status than making a good fucking product. Which is obvious in the way they try to pander to everyone they can, and then get really upset when someone who's got a bit more, I don't want to say refined because it sounds so conceited, let's say pretentious taste, like me, comes along and is like, yeah, there's major issues here. Got potential, but major issues. Why they crash out? Because, yeah, they don't want to hear criticism, they want to get their dick sucked. Which is like most of my problem with BTS is they just think they're way better than they really are, and they feel like they're entitled to the same level of praise as like people who have been making games for like decades at this point, despite this being their first project. And so yeah, for me, clowning on BTS is just a joy and a treat, because they take themselves so fucking seriously, despite them all just being like hobbyist devs on their first game, and none of them has the self-awareness to realize that, yeah, maybe just don't strut up these games and hype them, because it's going to end poorly when people actually play them and review them. Hell, people didn't need help giving, like, bad review scores to RPG Maker games. And there's a guy infamous on Steam on the community for just shitting on any RPG Maker game that comes out just by the pretext of it being made in RPG Maker. So you've already got that if your game gets any traction, which these guys so desperately want. And it's like, yeah, the algorithm is not nearly as harsh for like bad ratings and reviews over on that platform. But the thing is, because the stigma exists, and because one guy said, oh yeah, this is a bad game, some people are just gonna buy it out of fucking curiosity, play it, have a pretty similar experience, and be like, damn, yeah, I'm also gonna write a negative review. And this is why RPG Maker games just don't last very long on Steam, beyond just the general stigma that destroys them anyway. Because, yeah, these devs don't do anything to fucking stick out, and they. Oh my god, it's so dumb. Like, if I'm not gonna do it on stream, I'm tempted, but no, I'm not gonna do it on the recording. But if you go to the page for Our Dying World on Steam, and you look at the very first screenshot, like the image that's supposed to sell your game, it's of the generic fucking JRPG battle system that RPG Maker is so easily recognized for. Like, there is nothing subtle about any of it. Like, outside the cover art, there is nothing custom. It's all just using, like, the RTP style. Not necessarily the RTP runtime package that comes with the program, but the DLC that's styled in that manner, so as to be consistent. It's all in that style. And the portraits that are made for the characters actually look worse than the RTP, which is impressive considering I've made my entire career more or less shitting on how bad the RTP looks. No, not my entire career, but like a large part of my personality in like regards to criticism in regards to RPGmaker is just, yeah, the RTP looks terrible. Though at least MVs, I was actually enjoying it. And when I say the RTP, I mean mostly like the sprites, but like the sprites, but in particular the portraitures. Now that opinion did change somewhat with MV and onwards, where they started to get like an idea workflow of, okay, yeah, this style works, but we can ditch the like weird pretentious purple shading that no one likes, and the quality of the like art used skyrocketed. And yeah, like I don't have any problem with games that use RTP as long as they like not trying to like punch above their weight. Because again, the art using RTP is basically a cop out for people who don't want to pay anyone or develop skills themselves. It's fine to do it if you're a hobbyist and you know you don't want to spend time on that. Like, fine, sure, do what you want. But trying to like make a career out of just brandishing that, like, it's basically the same thing as asset flips in Unity. Not as egregious, although some people would probably say it's more. But yeah, suffice to say, like, it's not a good thing to endorse. So when you go onto Steam and have like that screenshot of like the generic RGB system with like very like tellable RTP style sprites and all that, it just, wow, what the fuck are you expecting is gonna like happen for this game? It's not gonna go well. Like, at least Sawyer can make the appearance for Axial that, yeah, it's its own thing because it's actually got its own art style and visual appeal. How much you dig that appeal is going to vary from person to person because it's not for everyone. But at the end of the day, at least it's like got a consistent like art style and it's like all custom. But our dying world, just being generic retrograde RTP slop, makes it so funny that like Chuan got upset that I gave his game a 1-star review to the point that he basically begged me to take it down, even going so far as to like offer to do like an anime dance or something. I was like, no, this is like not a joke. Like, you guys did all kinds of like stupid shit. You brought this entire battle upon yourself with that stupid tier list video, and you're not. No, you're not getting off scot free. I mean, the consequences have already been done. The damage is there, and you're not going to be able to recover from it now because your game's already fallen off. There's only like 5 people in the entire world who I know are actually looking forward to it. What the fuck do you think, like, is going to change now? I'm all just keeping it on there for the sake of the message I sent. But then, like, yeah, so like I said, they went and blackmailed my friends and tried to get me to, and I'm like, you know, fuck it, it's not worth this shit. Like, if you're gonna fucking threaten, like, friendships of mine with this dumb shit, then fuck it, fine, have it your way, you little baby. But I'm not giving you a 5-star review, I'm just gonna take the reviews off, and if anyone else does this to you, then that's just tough fucking luck. But I won't because I've already done the damage I need to do anyway, and I've got bigger fish to fry now. Like, keeping in mind, this all happened, this whole begging arc of theirs happened when I was trying to fucking, deal with Doug slash, what's his name? Cyclonic Games. So I was like, you know, fuck it, I've got new toys to fucking fangle with now. This shit's redundant, I don't need to do this anymore. And I'm sick of it. So yeah, I went and took care of it. Oh, I should also mention that every time one of these things came up, I was never the instigator. Every time this happened, it was because they had basically decided that, oh hey, it's time to be mad at Remy for no real reason. I'm gonna go get mad at things, and then just tell, like, you know, one of her good friends that she's doing this thing. Which is like, are you stupid? Like, that friend of mine does not put up with bullshit. So, yeah, she just snapped him in half, which, like, correct, honestly. But she did come to me after and like, what the fuck did you do this time? I'm like, I didn't do anything! Like, what the fuck? Like, I did not instigate this time at all. I basically instigate any of the time. All this shit happening is on their watch. I just responded in kind. Why am I the bad guy here? And I was the bad guy because I was causing them stress. Yeah. Apparently, it's not so funny when I do it. Anyway, fact of the matter is, like, some of my friends just don't like drama, and I do cause it a lot. And usually it's not their problem, but sometimes my enemies are petty bitches, which is why I don't reveal the name of my friends in recordings like this. Because these desperate, pathetic little cretins will come after them and be like, why'd you let Remy do this? Like, as if they have any control over my autonomy. It should be pretty obvious I just do whatever I like, and as long as it's not, like, super badly hurting anyone that I care about, then it's fair game. So it's just like one of the only ways they know they can somewhat get me to stop. Even though if they just hadn't reacted in the first place, none of this would have fucking happened. This video is probably the only time I've done something like this unprompted. And the only reason I'm doing it is because, like, at this point, it doesn't fucking matter, because BTS is basically dead, RPGmaker Webs is dead, so the only people losing out are the people who did that to themselves. I didn't kill BTS, I didn't do anything to really, like, pack up the RPGmaker Web scene, they did that themselves. So, them trying to blame me would just come off as desperate and pathetic. None of my friends would buy it for a second. And my friends just want to stay uninvolved. So, hopefully, they'll do me the courtesy of respecting the friends who don't want to get involved in this stupid fucking cheapy ass high school drama just because I made a video that paints them in a slightly less positive light than they'd like to be portrayed in. I don't think any of these people are by any means, like, actually evil. I know that should be obvious, but there are some people who do actually, like, act like good and evil are, like, constants and that they can be had. But no, I don't think any one of these people is evil. They're just stupid. They're just dummy and very insecure. Which is true. Like, they themselves would probably admit at least one of those things. And I'm not saying being insecure in itself is a bad thing, but it's how you let it define your character and how you respond to things that can be a problem. And basically biting the hand that feeds, falling for what is easily the most, like, obvious as fuck, like, oh yeah, you should chomp down on this because it's bait, to then just go right in for that shit, hook, line, and stupid. Like, what the fuck did you expect was going to happen? Of course I was going to have a field day. So don't do the same with this video. I know none of those idiots will have made it this far because they're never going to watch, good god, a, like, 3 hours and 22-minute video about, like, my dumbass, like, experience with the RPG Maker community. God, and I haven't even got to Skyforge yet, though, in my defense, there's not a whole lot to say there. So Skyforge is a weird one, because I did not know we were enemies until he made it clear we were enemies. And I was like, okay, who the fuck are you, though? I vaguely remember, like, back in the day, saying a game by him, Traum, was bad. Which was an opinion not shared by me exclusively. Which at least he's acting in fairness there, because I think it was just about everyone who did not say nice things about that game who trashed it. Who he, like, review bombed. Which, yeah, fair. At least he's, like, acting out of... At least he's being fair in that regard. Can't say it did anything good for him. All it did was made him basically more of a public enemy in the community than me. Which is saying something, considering I have, like, such final boss level fucking influence that RPG Maker Webs, like, saying my name was potentially a bannable offense depending on context at one point. Like, no joke, they would say, yeah, don't mention the name. Because they honestly thought I was spying on them. Which, like, bro, no, I didn't care that much. I would occasionally make videos about how they're stupid and bad and, like, really mean. But, like, I never really looked at their logs much, because it's a pain in the ass. And, honestly, I was just happy to forget they existed, which after a while, I more or less did. I still had some mad shit to say about Celiana, but none of that was gonna be, like, improved by looking at their fucking Discord logs or whatever. But again, I think that was projection because shown they were more than happy to look at mine and have like sleeper agents in my discords. So I guess it was like, oh yeah, we did this, so she could easily do it too. And to be fair, for enemies that are actually like a problem, I would do that. But the thing is, these guys aren't problems; they're dummies. I didn't need any of the screenshots I had, or rather, like, even give context. BTS would have died with or without me revealing that they had a suck dick tier list or whatever the fuck. Because they were not getting much new blood. Whatever they did get, they scared off by themselves with their pretentious little fucking circle jerk. So it's like, how how's this my fault? You guys did it to yourselves. I would love to claim credit. I cannot understate how upset I am that I'm not more responsible for everything that happened on BTS and the RPGmaker webs. End of the day, though, I was just a petty bitch who did a couple instigatory things and took their site down for 15 minutes at one time. But that was kind of it. I talked some shit about some of their members, which was, yes, deserved, because these people are scum. But at the end of the day, it's like, who the fuck actually is dumb enough to think I'm, like, calculated and, like, just cool enough to pull that shit off? I can't believe that narrative. In fact, the one thing that tipped me off to, like, that one recording I got hold of ages ago, that was, like, a podcast, which, yeah, was AI. And the reason I was able to work out it was AI is because there were things being said about me that even I didn't believe to be true. I'm like, yeah, no way anyone is glazing me this hard. This has to be AI. Sure enough, someone's like, yeah, no, sorry about that. That is actually AI. I did it as a funny joke. And, I figured it'd be fun to share with you. I'm like, yeah, just, maybe tell me a bit sooner. Because, oh my god, I was about to make a whole video about it. Thankfully, I didn't. But yeah, I was like doing a live react to it on like a recording. I was like, man, this is way, way, way too fucking yeah, it was just like way too like on the nose, like gratuitously like puff piece. I was like, this has to be AI. There's no way anyone in this community, no matter how much like they might be outside it, would look at some of the things I did and be like, yeah, that isn't a bit toxic. I'm self-aware enough to know I did some really toxic shit, and some of it absolutely brought consequences, and I accepted those. And all I'm asking is that BTS does the bare fucking minimum and accepts the same. Which, yeah, they basically have. In fact, they're basically all gone now. I mean, the channel's still there. They still have the little suckdick commune, but it's not gonna get them anywhere. They're basically a Discord channel in name only. They have no there's no community power they have anymore. And what community power they did have might have been carried by RPG Maker Webs. That's also gone. While I didn't do anything to win, I have won the war. I won like one or two battles of that said war. Most of them I either lost or just didn't involve myself in because I had better shit to do. But at the end of the day, winning the war was just basically a collective effort by all of those chuckle fucks who weren't really taking the war seriously, but I was. I had like my heart in this thing because it's just part of my branding at this point. Because like yeah, I was definitely hyping it up just for theatrical more or less theatrical fucking performative attraction and just entertainment basically. Like, I've never really thought of those sides like a real bloody war where people get PTSD. No, it's just, I use the terms like war and feud to give it like more dramatics, like more dramatic weight, because I'm a theater kid. It's on brand. But to say like anything major had been lost in this war beyond just two parasitic parts of the community going under and becoming basically irrelevant, yeah, no, that's just a net win for everyone else. And I didn't have to do anything to make that happen beyond just point out now and then, oh yeah, they're bad. They hold this stupid belief or they're chasing money. Like the 2019 video was not a catalyst, but it did definitely show that I knew exactly how this shit was gonna go down years before it finally fucking happened. Took a lot longer than I thought. I thought this should be done by in 2023. But yeah, it's definitely done by now. Holy crap. Like, it was. A part of me wanted to be sad. Like, wanted to actually, like, pity them. But I'm like, nah. No. This is the only way it could have ended. And is the only way it should have ended. I am quoting Benjamin Earthmover here. Don't at me. If you were surprised by the fact I'm quoting shit that was said in a game like Ultra Kill, for real, I just don't think you've watched my YouTube channel at all, because that is so cantankerously on brand for me. Anyway, yeah, the fact of the matter is, yep, this was always how it was gonna go down. No eulogy, no funeral, no point, no reason. Like, this was just always gonna go this way. I called it, and they did everything in their power to show that my calling it was completely justified. I stand here vindicated, though, yeah, again, quite, like, underwhelmed, because, again, incredibly anticlimactic. So anticlimactic. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, it was just like the least surprising thing ever. And the least, like, it was so undramatic. I think that's, like, the main thing that I'm sad about is, like, there could have been a whole stage play behind this whole, like, them falling down the pit and never to return. Instead, all we got was this dumb 4 hour long fucking video by the time I'm done. And, some really funny banter on a couple of Discords I'm in. Other than that, yeah, like, nothing much. No, like, me declaring victory over my enemy, no fucking big-ass monologues saying, ha, you fools, you did this to yourselves, there was nothing I could ever do to make this worse. That's what this video is. But, like, the actual theatrical, like, in the moment, like, spectacle, that's just not gonna be there. Like, there's no one left to listen. Like, this just feels like it's directly meant to be a fucking, Benjamin Earthmover passage. Like, there were no voices left to speak their final sorrows. No, yeah, no eulogy, nothing. Like, it's just, yeah, they're just, I mean, again, they're still alive, but only in spirit. Like, there's a few members, most of them are AI Andy shills, and the other ones who aren't are just so fucking disinterested in the whole thing. But yeah, really glad that finally happened. Cool. So, time to get to the last fucking lolcow on the list. That's Anti-Lurker. I did promise we'd get to him. I might have promised we'd get to other people, but I've probably forgotten. Whatever. This is already going to be going on for 4 hours. So I'm going to try to finish this one off in the next 28 minutes, or your money back. And when I say all your money back, I mean all nothing back, because you didn't pay a cent to watch this video. And if you did, by way of ad, you can blame YouTube. I'm not monetized, and even if I had the credentials to be monetized, which is like 1,000+ subscribers, yeah, I wouldn't be doing it anyway, because I have enough respect for my viewers to not throw ads in their face. Anyway, so yeah, basically, Anti-Lurker is it's just DeviantArt. He's just spiteful, petty DeviantArt. Back in the days, the DeviantArt was remotely relevant. So yeah, he's like down to the fucking like purple neon green fucking furry avatar. This guy is, to put it easily, a petty bitch. Like basically, I didn't even know who he was. I'd heard his name when I was first brought to my attention that he did this thing. But yeah, back in like 2023 or something, there was this dispute I had with like one of the people who is a friend of mine. It was incredibly short lived. Basically, I used the artwork in the composition of no, sorry. I used the composition as a reference of one of their artworks for a piece I was like gonna make anyway. I was like, oh, yo, this composition is sick though. I'm just gonna like borrow that, like, general idea. And then, yeah, I did that. Like, that was it. But she, like, thought I was, like, trying to do something to get her attention because she thought I was desperate for, like, her. And I'm like, no, that's not how I operate. And so, like, once we had a talk, it was done and dusted. It was, like, over in, like, less than an hour. But for some reason, there's a screenshot floating around. I don't know who took it. My guess is she showed someone she trusted, and they turned out to not be trustworthy. I'm guessing it's Tron. Because he is the kind of petty bitch who would share something like that. And so people start circulating this rumor that I'd not only plagiarized from this artist, which is like, bro, it's a fucking composition, so no. Two, it was referenced, not traced, so also no. Like, it's so dumb. So, like, anyone who, like, was actually trying to make this allegation was doing so in bad faith and evidently had not actually watched the video where I live streamed me recording the process of doing this. And if it was my motivation or, like, my intention to steal from an artist, I would not make that shit public knowledge. But not only do I have, like, the raw recording, because I streamed back in those days, I've also got the fucking speed draw that shows the process. So, by that alone, that's pretty much just, no. Obviously, I didn't think I was doing anything wrong, and my friend has admitted, yeah, you actually didn't do anything wrong. I just was thinking you were trying to get my attention by doing this power play. It was like just a big misunderstanding, basically. But yeah, easy ammunition for my haters, because they ran with it and tried to turn it into the smear campaign of like, oh, she stole. And not only did she steal artwork, she stole from a disabled artist. Which is like, because with their argument for their reason for that statement being that I thought she wouldn't be able to fight back, which is like, well, you obviously can't know this woman very well if you think she can't fight back. Two, I'm also disabled, so that whole virtue signal was just out the window immediately. God, these people are dumb. This is what I mean by like these people just not doing any research, because if they knew the first thing about me, they know one, I'm also disabled. Two, I am expressly against art theft, so I would never do anything like this. Three, I've had allegations placed on me like this before, which were complete bullshit. And I stomped on those allegations and proved that they were wrong by every definition you can, unless you want to ignore like legitimate receipts. And four, like, how brain-rotted you have to be to think that the composition being referenced from another image is plagiarism. Like, there was just so much wrong with what was being said that even most of the people they were parroting, that they were like trying to push this stuff towards, were like, dude, that's not plagiarism. Well, what are you fucking saying? I think, like, low-key, a lot of these people are just brain-rotted by Twitter and just don't realize that plagiarism means direct stealing of another person's intellectual work. Referencing is completely fine, especially when you're only referencing something vague and abstract like a piece's composition. Like, referencing too much, yet I could see why people might take issue with that. And tracing, yeah, absolutely don't do that. But referencing is just like, that's what every fucking artist ever does. And I'm one of the people who's on record for doing it very little. Like, to a point that's actually just funny. And to the point where, like, nowadays, I actually feel shame if I have to use a reference at all. So, like, I should be able to do this from memory. I've come so far without references. So the fact that he would try to imply that I would not only steal from one of my good friends, but, like, plagiarize their work and publicly live stream it, it's just chef's kiss. Like, gold star for just being completely a huge fucking Twitter lobotomite. Which is funny, because I don't think any lurker actually posts that much on Twitter. Or if they do, they sure as fuck aren't getting much attention because they have, like, 17 followers or something. But they're also in some social media, because there is no other way you could be this fucking brain-rotted. Or internet poisoned. Like, cause this is, like, the kind of person who, I can't prove they're terminally online, but everything they say including like being one of the people who was celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. And while I haven't seen this personally, would not surprise me if they were like the kind of person who was like cheering on the assassinator of Trump for at least trying, or getting mad that they missed. Like just that unhinged like Twitter like keyboard warrior mentality of just being a huge fucking edgelord, but just being completely like unhinged and off the cuff to a degree that even I don't agree with it. And when you are being like, whoa, dude, that's too far, by the fucking goddess of chaos and garbage, who is on record and admits to being a toxic filthmonger, you know you done fucked up. Like when you are making it so I feel like you are far worse a case than I am, you should probably reflect on what you're doing with your life or how you're processing and dealing with things. Because, my god, for someone who is so quick to use the word like mentally unstable, as Anti-Lurker is, I think he's called me that or some variant of that at least once. Deranged lunatic or deranged psychopath, I think was one of them. When they don't know the first fucking thing about me. I should mention Anti-Lurker's experience with me, as far as I can tell, is non-existent. Until I basically came along and said, yo, shut the fuck up. This plagiarism shit is not it, here's why. Until that point, I do not remember having a single conversation with them. So, at most, I might have just left a mean comment in passing where I didn't suck them off. And, like, I don't know, fucking Skyforger, they've taken that, like, stray, just like, oh yeah, they didn't like this or this about me, so I'm gonna take offense to that. And turning it into a whole thing, basically defining, like, half of their fucking life around this obsession with me, which is truly pathetic. I don't think Anti-Look is quite as far down that rabbit hole as fucking Skyforger, because there's a special kind of obsessed where you go, like, the review bombings, yeah, sure, whatever, that's easy, I can do it, anyone can do that. But spending an entire day editing a wiki page to smear someone when that wiki page exists basically just as my own refresher, and 8 people in the entire world know about it, that's funny as fuck, but that is obsessive. Like, to go to that much effort is, like, goddamn. And, like, yeah, it was an edit. It basically just showed what an immature, like, modeled piece of work Skyforger was, more than anything. Like, at first I thought, okay, maybe he just slacked it and wrote this with AI, but I'm like, no. AI can't emulate, especially not back when this happened, because this was back in 2022 or something. Or 2023, I forget. Anyway, somewhere around that time. You cannot emulate that level of just borderline psychosis with ChatGPT. It doesn't work. There's just like too many like, oh yeah, this person's mentally unwell. And also, if you were feeding it into ChatGPT, he would want to seem like the sane party because he was trying to present me in a bad light, not himself. So he would be trying to like get this to be as like professionally worded as possible if he was going to go through a program like ChatGPT, because it's for a wiki. It's meant to be an objective thing, not a thing to use as a hate wagon. Now, granted, the whole affair was able to be undone in one simple fucking button press for me, and so I did that. And he gave up after trying to realize it, and then I just, yeah. Next time I did it, he just tried to delete the whole thing and leave it blank, and I did that too. And yeah, suddenly he's just like, oh, cool. I guess I just have no leg to stand on here. Yeah, it was pretty fucking funny. I wasn't sure who did it at first, but thanks to a couple of my friends who were good at sussing this shit out, and just generally my general list of suspects, because I know there's only so many people in my list of enemies who would go to this much trouble for me. Yeah, it was Skyforger. And he basically clued us in on that because his first time editing the wiki, which was just get rid of one line about him. Because, yeah, I did mention Anti-Lurker in the wiki, where I mentioned, yeah, we had a scuffle with him and he review bombed some games, which is the thing that happened. Yeah, he tried to redact that, and I just undid it because I'm like, I'm not. No. And that one had his IP address on it, and we knew he was from Finland, and the IP address was, yeah, Finland, because he obviously didn't think about using a proxy for that first attempt. This was the exact same reason he got caught out with his other fucking, like, with his review bombing wave. Guy tries to be discreet, but he fucking sucks at it. So yeah, we pretty much conclude that was Skyforger, which, given how he's responded to other people and how immature he's always sounded, yeah, it tracked. Like, there are the other enemies I could have, like, potentially had do this, either are way too up their own arse to speak so in such a juvenile tone, and also just none of them are, like, that obsessed. Just none of them are that obsessed. Like, I gotta give props to Skyforge for actually going to turn it. It provided a lot of entertainment for me and my friends reading through this, like so obviously, like, Remy's just an intolerable piece of shit, just like me, but I want to focus on the fact that she's one of those. And I said, no one cares. You have at most 8 people reading this wiki. I didn't do it. I didn't post that wiki page so I could gather a fandom or inform the fandom about me. It's just there to keep notes. And also, just if anyone is curious enough to check out, like, okay, what's Remi-Chan's deal, there's a wiki page about me somewhere on the internet now. Cool. It has helped a lot with, like, Google SEO, but beyond that, I don't think many people have seen it. Hell, I'm convinced the only reason Skyforger found out about it is because he googled my name and discovered I'm actually more of a fucking, like, presence than he realized. Despite having, like, the most generic ass fucking anime character name ever. Like, Remi-Chan. The only way it could be more fucking just, like, generic is Rem-Chan. So the fact that I actually, like, my anything comes up just is more of a testament to how much I post. Especially when it comes down to the fact that I'm not even on social media all that much. I used to be a big thing on Twitter, but I basically have had that. I basically privatized all my shit on that platform, and I also just scrubbed all my art from like 2025 to 2022. So yeah, that's gone. It's still in Google because I've got enough followers that it thinks, okay, yeah, this person might be who someone's looking for. You also get like various other social media accounts of mine that are for smaller, like, social media stuff, like my Kara, my fucking Unveil account, yada yada. You get them, but yeah. Either way, he must have seen that. Oh shit, she gets like first result in this. That's fucked up. Well, if she gets first result in this, I'm gonna go smear her ass. And yeah, he might have gone away with it if fandom didn't tell you the moment someone had edited a page you basically have worked on. And I ain't working on that page, I basically made it. Again, it was just basically so if they want to know about me, they had some way, because back at this time I hadn't made the Star Chaser series yet. And I could just be objective on the wiki, which I honestly found refreshing. Because, yeah, I wanted to be as objective as I could, so I wouldn't sound like I was just making this page to glass myself up. I wasn't being, like, mean about myself either. I was just being as objective as I could. Could have probably done better on that. But I did try really hard just to be as objective as I could. But yeah, it's a wiki page. It exists. It's on fandom. I think it's on the RPGmaker wiki, which, yep, like, yeah. So yeah, the fact he found it's really funny, and the fact he decided to rewrite the entire thing in his image of me was even funnier, and probably took way more time than I was worth. Keep in mind, I've interacted with this guy like at most 1 or 2 times before. So one of my other suspects for this was who we're talking about right now, which is Anti-Lurker. But I'm like, no, Anti-Lurker's juvenile, but he's not going to waste as much time on me. Surely he's not that fucking depraved. And also, like, his hatred for me comes from not even anything I personally did, but a misunderstanding that he took from someone, assumed was fact, and did no research into, for then to just be clowned on. And I was made aware of this by Kiyasu, which, yeah, I was like, oh, well, that's kind of fucking funny that he thinks I'm, like, that much, like, it was so funny, because there was a lot of things he said that was like, yeah, okay, this is definitely the behavior of someone who's been terminally online way too long. Because in their, like, bizarre worldview, I was dangerous. Yeah, the fucking bedroom minstrel who still lives with their mum at the age of like 38 and is like never once moved very far from their own country, who has next to no social media influence whatsoever, and basically is only toxic to people who are toxic to me first, has no criminal record. Yeah, I'm the dangerous one, apparently. Like, don't get me wrong, I thought it was flattering and funny as hell that anyone in this community actually, like, seriously thought I was dangerous. Like, I can't make this shit up. I just figured they were just like, yeah, I don't want to talk about it because talking about it just brings the mood down. I'm like a bad ex to these people. That's what I thought anyway. And yeah, for the most part, that's true. They just find me annoying and just like, yeah, no, she monologues too much. Get her out of here. She's a fucking theater kid. Yeah, get it. Completely fair. Um, like, this entire video is just basically a 4-hour monologue. So, I get it. Anyway, we've got like 10 minutes left. So, I'm going to try to, like, speed round the rest of this. So, yeah, basically, Anti-Loca just went ape shit and said a bunch of things that just weren't true. And everyone on the server, like, outside of him and one other person, were like, yeah, that's kind of sus. Like, I think there's probably some truth to some of this, but I don't think she would do that. And also, like, even if she did, it's not plagiarism, bro. That's just using a composition. There were only a couple people who were gullible enough to fall for it, and that was, like, the only concern I had, which is why I acted. So I went on an alt account, because a good while ago I had been banned from that server. Because what RPG Maker Discord server am I not banned from? So yeah, I went on the server as on a burner account and said, look, here's what's actually going down. This guy doesn't know what the fuck he's on about. Blah blah blah. Big fucking liar. Also, hey guys, missed you. Cause yeah, I do not have anything against RPG Maker Net. It's probably like, if anything was gonna become like the new mainline, they'd be my first choice any time of the day, because they're hilarious and just don't take themselves seriously at all. They're more happy to laugh at themselves than anyone else, and I adore that so much, because they're just so punctual and so, like, not out for status. They just make games for the sake of making games. There's a couple exceptions, but all the staff are just, like, chill. Like, the fact it took them... Like, the fact it took them years to ban me, and only did so after I basically gave them no choice, because I wanted to be banned at the time. Then to let me back in, like, 9 years later, with not even a slap on the wrist, and just like, yeah, welcome back, cool. And then ban me again finally after I, like, kept talking mad shit. Like, yeah, it's impressive, like, how lenient they are to some people, but not others. Like, one of my friends basically just, I think one of the mods didn't like her, and used basically every bit of ammunition she gave them to get rid of her. I'm not going to name names, because I kind of like the people who work RPG Maker Net, even if I don't agree with everything they say, because that would be weird. I also don't want to expose another friend of mine, just in case, like, this video gets any attention. I don't mind name dropping Kiyasu, because we aren't friends anymore, and basically everyone already knows she's a bit delulu. So, like, it's whatever. Don't attack her, though, for fuck's sake. Like, if you're gonna attack anyone in this video, I'd rather you not attack anyone. Because, again, this shit all happened years ago. It's, like, just past the point of who fucking cares. But if you're gonna attack anyone, don't attack Kiyasu. She's been through enough shit. I don't want that for her. Like, much as, like, she did betray me and most of my friends in, like, what should have been a unified moment of, like, oh yeah, triumph. We made those RPG Maker idiots out as fools. She was actively, like, just crushing on Sawyer. And yes, I did say we'd get into this. Yeah, she was crushing on Sawyer, basically. some people will be, and some of my friends were like, oh, that's kind of fucked up. Like, 'cause he's like in her late 30s, and this kid's like 21. I'm like, shut up. You don't do the allegations thing. I was the first person of that group to be like, no, don't do that. We're not gonna start an allegation of, like, borderline PDF file because we don't like her. Acute, like, by all means, the thing she has done, yeah, go at her for that thing, but we're not gonna do an RPGmaker and create false allegations based on how we feel about the person and what they deserve. Okay, like, no, that's just, you don't do that. Like, if he's 21 and she's 39, that's not illegal. That's not pedophilia. Like, for fuck's sake. The girl's going through enough shit. She's only acting like this out of complete desperation and just not knowing who to trust. Don't give her a fucking... Like, I had it bad with the plagiarism allegations. At least those are much easier to prove untrue. And are much less harmful, like, to your character, comparatively to that. I'm trying not to get the YouTube ban hammer applied to me. I realize I already said the bad word just then. But yeah, like, this whole thing was just like, oh god, no, don't do that. I was basically like, I was happy for them to hate on her because, like, yeah, she'd earned it. But do not create false allegations because I know personally how harmful those are, and that Kiyasi doesn't deserve that. None of the people I've mentioned in this video deserve that. Because if you're gonna make, like, if you're gonna, like, make a case against anyone, and then, like, you know, do that like, just unappealing thing of, like, going after them, at least do it for something real. Like, if you're gonna, like, throw shade at someone, make it real shade, not illusory. I cannot stand it when people have more than enough ammunition, but they just have to throw in more. Like, let's make a fucking mountain out of a molehill when someone would have already done more than enough to validate being criticized, to then just throw another completely false allegation in the mix and pretend it's true. I can't stand that shit, because that's been done to me. And I hate it, and I treat people the way I would want to be treated, and I try to apply that principle to the friend groups I have. It's like, look, yeah, I get it, you're mad with her, but, like, criticize her for the things she actually did wrong, not just a weird age gap thing that doesn't apply as anything like that kind of a thing. Like, my mother and father, got a huge age difference, but my father never fucking, like, diddled anyone young. My mum was of legal age, so was my dad. Sometimes there's more to love than appearance. So, you know, obviously my mum and dad aren't the best example for this. And my mum was pretty naive, but she was still an adult who could make her own damn decisions. And she knew what age he was. And was like, yeah, I wouldn't mind, like, getting together with someone mature who's more experienced than I am with the world. Because I feel like that knowledge could help me. And, you know, at the time she was getting to know him, he was at kind of his best. He'd just gotten out of the Air Force. He would basically was, like, formally retired, had a lot of money coming in. And so, yeah, like, you get it. And he was just like, oh, cool, this young girl's crushing on me. That's a bit weird, but hey, whatever. She can help me build the house. Because, yeah, he was building a house. So that's, like, my parents and, like, their whole, like, oddly dysfunctional relationship. Look, Australia, just in general, very few of our relationships are very romantic. There are definitely romantics among the Australian populace, but it's more of a just convenience and just vibe. Like, I know marriages, they're just being like, not shotgun marriages, but pretty fucking close. Where it's like, hey, should we get married? And they've just been like, yeah, no, fuck it, let's do that, let's get married. And that's been it. That's been like the entire proposal. Just a casual conversation. Because, like, I know in America, marriage is made out to be a much bigger deal than it is here. And there are still definitely people here who have the whole big fantasization about, oh, that magical special day. but it's much more like just relegated to the Christian circles. And keeping in mind, we do not have a very. This country is not very, like, religious compared to somewhere like America, where it's harder to find place somewhere that's not corrupted by the Bible Belt than somewhere that is. We're here, like, the whole, like, idea of being Christian is more of, like, a displaced thing. It's not really, like, part of our main culture. Which makes sense considering most of us descended from convicts and free settlers. Anyway, that's the end of the video. We are just hitting the 4-hour mark now. I wanted to cover some other lolcows, but I guess if this one gets any, like, views or whatever, we can do a video on that. But I sincerely doubt this video is going to really go anywhere, because it's 4 hours fucking long. Most people are going to be scared off by the timestamp alone. Or, like, you know, the time preview. Be like, whoa, 4 hours of Remi ranting? Yeah, no, I'm good. Fucking, I'm good, Chief. If you got to the end, congrats. You officially have more patience than anyone I know. And my only guess for why you're still here is you just love listening to my voice, which, cool. Even I'm getting tired of it at this point, and that is saying something. But hey, I'm glad you like my voice. If you want more of my voice, I have over 1,500 videos on this channel, and a good amount of those have my voice in them. So feel free to check out other stuff I've done, if you like this one. And I do have just some long form talk videos like this, where I don't really do much in the way of editing and just basically speak my says and you know, tell my truths and say my soothes. But at the end of the day, I'm just here to basically just like, yeah, cool, I won, RPGmaker, Web's just dead, Lamau. The point of this video was just to basically put a bit of a light on some of the lolcows by sheer name for the few people who are remotely fucking interested. Like, I could have gone into a lot more of, like, the lore, but most of you can find, most of that in a much more easy to digest form of video, which is the Star Chaser series. It's in a playlist. Go check it out. It's some of my best work on this channel. At least I personally think so. And the comment section, which is full of nice positive comments, because, yeah, a lot of my friends really like that thing and decide, yeah, this is worthy of a comment. Yeah, feel free to check those out. Star Chaser series, starting with, like, Saga of the Star Chaser. And if you're interested in my art journey and then what I took away from it, there's that one too. Alright, peace out. I'm gonna stop, like, plugging my stuff now. Thank you for watching. I'm glad we had this chat, this one-sided monologue. Later.